Alright. Hello, Dragon. Vince, Cup Noodles, Julie. How's it going? I actually can't see any of the message history here from before 5 minutes ago. Can't see any. I did not have the stream on. I only just turned the PC on not long ago. Yeah, power went out again. Just mass power outages from the cyclone on the back end of it, basically. I didn't end up grinding JP like I wanted to. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It would be nice if I did, but I didn't, and I don't really care. Alright, is there anything that I can do before jumping in? Are there any, like... I don't know... high-level... dungeons? Partied too hard. No, that's not me. That ain't me. Lost Seed Castle. I'm sure there's gonna be at least one, like, level 45... Oh, right, yeah, there is! This one, Cavern of the Waves. I want to do just at least one dungeon before I jump into cutscene hell. I am really fucking tired, actually. I am very, very tired right now.
Let's have ourselves a showdown.
But I figured, since I'm not going to be going to bed yet, because I will completely ruin my schedule if I did, I might as well just stream. So who knows how well the stream will go. But
I'll do what I must. My turn.
But yeah, basically yesterday, about 20 minutes before stream started, my power, like, mass power outages, basically all over this part of the country, mass power outages. Some of them started the day before, and, you know, they weren't all at the exact same time, but it was just so fucking many of them. They had estimated that this was going to be restored here tomorrow at about this time, but it came back up like an hour before I got home, which was nice.
Let the show begin.
Now it begins. I'll keep my friends. Next.
So
For the
loud.
pride of Ku.
When that attack hits like 4+ enemies, it's so loud. Because it gets louder for every enemy that it hits. Because that's just how audio is in this game. That's right, I looted that one chest too. And then left, because I was annoyed. Because I like death ran in to loot that one chest.
Here
And
I
all that
come.
was in it was like 10,000 gold or something. Like, it was a complete waste. You didn't get shit.
I'll do what I must.
But I'll see how how late
I won't be
I end up going tonight. I get the feeling I'm
I
not gonna
still
do
have
like
much
a
to learn.
full duration stream today. Only because, like, I think by the time it rolls around to like 10, I'm going to be passing out. But we'll see.
I shall be your opponent.
We shall see.
Prepare yourself.
Chest down there. 3 chests up there. That'll be where the boss is. Got blown away? Nah. So, like, when I did my birthday stream, the cyclone passed by,
My turn.
like, its closest interaction point to me. It wasn't until the next day. It was actually long since passed. It was at its lowest point, and long past me. That's when the power outage hit. That's why it was so surprising. I expected to be getting a power outage during the peak of the storm, when it was crossing by near me. I didn't. In fact, there wasn't very much power outage at that point. It was pretty much only directly on the coast where we got like first hit that had power outages then. But for some reason on the back end of it knocked out the power to a
Let's
heap of
play.
places up in the mountains.
My turn.
What do you want? Yeah, I think it was even more than that. Now it's a lot less. I think it was at like 30,000 or something. The thing is though, that isn't very many people. But that's like for here, that's a lot of people because this is a very, very rural area. There is not like the amount of people per square kilometer
Time to clean up the
is
filth.
like
Prepare
very, very low,
yourself.
very low. Right, takeout? No, I didn't get takeout. I already had food prepared. I did get takeout today because I was in town, actually. But that was unrelated to power outages, that's because I was in town.
Let the show begin.
My turn.
ensmg.com, I don't know what that is. I don't think I want to know what that is though, either.
Stand aside or fight. Prepare yourself.
That's a big crocodile.
Let's have ourselves a showdown.
Now it begins.
I'm thinking maybe I'll just put... Oh, wait, do I even have it? I think I do. No, he doesn't have it. Wait, how much JP does he have? 750. Hang on a second. There we go. I do that for all my randoms that I'm bringing in to carry for their stories. Yeah, I mean, hopefully everything stays stable. Let's be in a fucking miserable month. That's for sure. Hopefully everything's stable. I can just get back to fucking normal. Is there really no boss in here? Holy shit, what is with these dungeons? They're not even having a boss. You suck. Alright, where is his part 3? Here it is.
Huh, so this is Wellgrove. This is where I'm supposed to find that Auron fella. Richest noble in the West.
Lazy dungeons, yeah. Well, there was 3 treasure chests there instead of a boss, but they weren't like particularly interesting items. At least not as far as I'm aware. I don't know what those ruinous whatevers do, but I don't really care what they do. I'm sure they're not actually useful.
Right, time to put on my best smile and charge on in.
It's not battle-torn gear or whatever, battle-tested gear. And it's not like, I don't know, refreshing jams, so I don't really care.
You just wait, Auron. I'm coming to find you.
He's got a muggin.
Huh. I heard this was the most hopping commerce hub in all the continent, but kinda quiet here, ain't it? I barely see a soul. Well, Might as well check out the town while I try to find this Alron.
Yeah, I mean, so power outages in general are not very common anywhere unless you're in a place that is prone to natural disasters or is like rural enough for infrastructure to be like not maintained very well. That's kind of the two things. And I'm in both of those.
Excuse me, can I interest you in a statue made of the purest silver? It's a genuine Ores Rush article, and I've got the appraisal papers to prove it.
Wow, it's beautiful. How much?
Hey Debuff, how's it going?
Each of these is currently going at the low price of 500,000 leaves.
I'd pass if I were you. Genuine silver? Ah, bunch of hogwash.
How dare you? That's a baseless claim.
Hey Webon.
Real silver's delicate. Leave it out in the sun and it blackens. It ain't sparkling or darkening, so it's probably just a bunch of scrap iron.
Just who are you?
Yeah. Like, when people say, oh my god, power routes, that's unheard of, that's crazy. These are the people who live in, like, really built up areas, like capital cities and countries that don't get natural disasters. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but, like, that's why. That's why you haven't seen a power outage. Because you're in a super built up area, so the infrastructure is well maintained, and you're not in a country that gets natural disasters. Like, yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but like things like earthquakes and tornadoes and cyclones, they have a tendency to do things like damage infrastructure, knock down power poles, break buildings, that kind of thing. And when that happens, power tends to cut out. Now, how quickly it gets repaired is a whole other thing. Like, they were on top of it over here. They were on top of it. You could actually see their full plan and where they were going and where people were deployed and all of this. Like, I honestly commend Ergon for how quickly they managed to fix this up. But, yeah, like, obviously some countries are going to be way worse than that. But, yeah, natural disasters, big-ass storms, that kind of thing, they're going to be bad for the power. If you're in, like, a capital city in a country that doesn't get, like, natural disasters, pretty much the only time that you're going to get a power outage, if even from this, would have to be, like, a really hardcore storm that, like, you know, strikes something directly. Like, you would need power poles to be getting struck by lightning directly. But in a lot of more built-up areas, I think they have underground lines, right? Which is more difficult to maintain, but less likely to get damaged. It is indeed, Ragnar. How's it going? Yeah, Florida gets the cyclones, or the hurricanes, right? As the Americans like to call it. Actually, I think the difference between a cyclone and a hurricane is actually northern hemisphere versus southern hemisphere. I'm not entirely sure on that, though. I don't think you get tornadoes in Florida, right? I'm pretty sure you just get the hurricanes. I don't think you get earthquakes either. Like, I know America gets tornadoes, but that's not that part of the country, right? You get tornadoes elsewhere. We don't get tornadoes here. Or at least, I think we don't normally. I think we have before, like, in, like, a freak freak event kind of thing. I think we have had them off the west coast, but that's like not normal, not at all normal. I see. Yeah, okay. I didn't realize Florida got the tornadoes as well. I think tornadoes are much more dangerous, but you are less likely to be affected by them because they're very, very like targeted area kind of thing. They will do a lot of very concentrated damage, whereas cyclones are huge. They cover a hell of a lot of area. But they're not just going to, you know, pass over one building in particular and rip it out of the ground. Well, this is like Category 5. They're never really Category 5 when they hit land. Very, very rarely are they Category 5 when they reach the land. That's why, you know, like Katrina and... what was the one here? Oh, shit. Tracy? Something like that hit here in like 87, where they just like raise an entire city. Those are rare as fuck. They very rarely are at that strength when they reach land, because they're formed way out at sea, and they die down a lot, and usually they don't make it to land.
Particio, at your service. A simple traveling merchant who hails from Ores Rush. This is what real Ores Rush silver looks like. Don't forget it.
Damn!
I owe you one. It seems you have a wealth of knowledge at your disposal.
Of course I do. Erudition is the heart and soul of commerce.
Spoken like a true merchant. Please, let me treat you to a drink as a token of my thanks. How about a shot of spirits? Our town is renowned for its drink.
Ooh, that sounds mighty nice. Sure. By the by, were you searching for something back there?
No, nothing in particular. Just a spot of treasure hunting.
Gating their windows? I mean, in areas that are prone to like natural disaster type weather, they tend to build accordingly. So like here, for example. So there was a big scare with this current cyclone, Jasper, that it was going to hit Cairns directly. And it was the same with Yazi 12 years ago. So like, Cairns hasn't been directly hit by a cyclone in like 70 years or something like that. And if it did, it would be an absolute fucking disaster. Because it's an old town with no natural protection whatsoever. The buildings are really old and shoddy. Like, it would just get wiped off the face of the earth if a cyclone, a strong cyclone, directly hit it. So nowadays, when things are getting built up in this part of the country, they have to be built to very particular cyclone standards, essentially. It's just not allowed if it's not to very particular code. But most of the shit that's built in Cairns is built long before that. So, like, it would just get fucked. If a cyclone directly went through Cairns, it would just get fucked. And that would be pretty disastrous, because that's where basically the biggest harbor up here is, and it's where all of the tourism is. So there's a lot of people there. It's not like the biggest town. The biggest town is like 6 hours south. But it is pretty big. There's a lot of people there, and it's flimsy. If it was to hit somewhere more like Townsville, it would be much less bad. Much less bad. At least I think it would be much less bad. Because one, I think it's a little bit further inland. But two, it's just not a bunch of shitty old buildings. At least not as far as I'm aware. So like, just like, you know, if you go to a country that is known for getting really cold winters and horrible blizzards, go anywhere north in Canada, for example, obviously the buildings are made to withstand really, really cold weather. They have those double window things and really good insulation and good heating because it's basically mandatory. Whereas in the past, they probably only had a fucking fireplace and, like, boardable windows. Wow. Well, yeah, so the whole shatterproof I think that's, isn't that tempered glass that's like that? Where, like, rather than shattering, it kind of just, like, completely cracks and kind of stays in one piece, even though it's all fucked up. I think that's tempered glass that does that, right? Or am I thinking of a different thing for glass? And, there's that. But that isn't, like, that would stop the entire window from shattering if a rock hit it. But it would still, it isn't, like, stronger than regular glass. It's just that it won't shatter into a billion pieces. If you were in a place that's, like, so prone to, like, hardcore weather that, like, flying debris, like a chair just smashing through it is an issue, you would probably just board out your windows. Like, a lot of houses do have, like, shutters, like, external shutters, which is fairly common. I fucking hate external shutters, though. Yeah. I feel like that one isn't a big ask. Like, it really shouldn't be the wind that breaks your glass. Actually, you know what? If the wind is the thing breaking your glass, then it's pretty shitty glass, I would say. The windows, I mean. Like, a tornado is a different story. But just like a hurricane wind, it would have to be like, if your wind is if the wind, just straight up just the wind from the storm, is shattering the glass, not the debris that it's throwing into it, I would say it's pretty shitty glass. Yeah, a tornado directly hitting it is a different story. Although a tornado not directly hitting, you're more likely to be getting hit by debris. And no matter how good your glass is, if a big-ass rock gets, like, launched into your window, it doesn't matter what kind of glass it is. It don't matter. A tornado directly, like, a strong tornado directly passing, like, over or next to a building is going to fuck it up, regardless. But that's, like, that's a bit more specific. You can't really build to code to prevent that, I'm sorry. You would need a fucking cement bunker half underground to not get ripped up by a tornado passing directly over it. And obviously that can't be a standard for houses.
I stop by the stalls now and then, hoping to find one. Not that I have an eye for it.
Ah, that's a worthy pastime. No one's born with an eye for value. You gotta train it.
I've lived in this town for a long time, you know. Once upon a time, it was filled with happy people and fine goods. It was a lively place.
But then the capitalist moves in. The rope company.
Times, they're always changing, huh?
I wish the only spirits that went down the hatch in our town were the drinks. Particio, why did you come here?
I'm looking for someone. Goes by the name of Alrond.
The Alrond? He's one of the wealthiest people in all the West. I hear he wipes his backside with silk handkerchiefs.
Silk kerchiefs? I couldn't afford to do that if I spent all my days mining silver.
I can't imagine it would be unpleasant to wipe your ass with silk, but it would be weird. I don't think that's something I would want to do.
Think he'd be willing to sell those kerchiefs? I'd even buy them used.
That is gross. That he just suggested that he would like to buy a shit-stained handkerchief. What the fuck?
Ew. Look, what I'm trying to say is, he lives in a different world from the rest of us. His time's too valuable to meet with just anybody. Unless you prove your worth, you're out of luck.
Yeah, makes sense. Man cleans his rump with silk. Still, I wish I knew how to get in contact with him.
I may know a way. But Alrond knows business like a refined palate knows foie gras. He might agree to meet with you, if you had some distinguished achievement to point to.
That's so. And that's about the size of it.
Wow, doesn't even matter what you say.
My word, the
Oh,
mercantile
no.
manuscript, you say?
He does actually comment on what you said. This is not like the dancer song thing. It does actually matter.
I've heard tales of this legendary merchant before, a tycoon who did business the world over. He vanished without a trace after retiring. To think that you managed to find him. And you say he entrusted his legacy, the mercantile manuscript, to you?
Nah, I just robbed him.
Tales of this legendary merchant have spread to every corner of the world. If this is indeed the sum of all his knowledge committed to text, then I cannot even begin to estimate its value. You really are a true merchant. I'm sure Alrond will feel the same.
Thank you kindly.
I'll be sure to get in touch with him for you. Come to his estate later, and all will be made ready. You'll find it atop the hill in the northern part of town.
Well then, I just hope my discerning customer bites. Time to head to Alron's estate to see if my hard work paid off.
Hey, Zola. Partitio indeed. We're at chapter 3. Booba.
Whew, richest noble in the West, huh?
Wonder if I've actually talked
Guess
to this
that
guy
wasn't an
before.
exaggeration.
Wonder if I've talked to this guy before. Because I've been in here. You can actually just come in here. There's a handful of NPCs around.
Come to think of it, I wonder how that young fella knows Alron.
Master Partitio, I take it. Word has reached me you would be coming. The Master's study is this way. If you'd follow me.
You want that booba, you should be in the art category right now. That's where all the booba is. A whole lot of furry dick as well. but plenty of booba too.
Thank you.
The art category now is the fucking Wild West. Like, you open up
This
that
way,
page.
please.
Last time I opened up the art category, it was just full list was just one of two things. It was either huge anime titties or giant erect dicks. No in between. That was the only two things. Good morning, Blah. Have you had a look at the art category recently?
Huh. You're that fella from earlier.
Oh, have you seen the changes to Twitch terms of service?
Funny meeting you here. Get lost or something?
So, yeah, they changed the rules on streaming now for sexual content. So the cam girls are now allowed to be like they're now allowed to do things like strip teases and twerking and pole dancing, and like nudity is a lot more lenient. And for art, they're now allowed to draw nudity, period, as long as it is an intercourse. And yeah, the art category in particular has gone off the charts with this. It seems there's run with it. So yesterday, when I opened up the art category, it was straight up just full page of huge furry, like huge fursona dicks and anime tits. That was it. That was a whole page. I mean, I've been seeing full-on naked VTubers. Like, it's fucking ridiculous at this point. They need to just make a separate. They need to just make an adult side of Twitch. Adult Twitch. Just do it. I know they don't want to do that because they want that mixing to like kind of babble into it. They want that plausible deniability, but it's fucking insane. It's fucking insane. I mean, maybe it's toned down a little. Maybe they've cracked down on it a little bit. I don't know. This is just when I looked at it yesterday. And I was like, you know what? I don't need to be here right now. I don't need to see huge hulking wolf men with giant erect dicks the size of their arm. I don't really need to look at that right now. And it was like I think one of the top streams was just a completely naked giant titty anime VTuber drawing giant anime titties. That was it. It's it was surprising. It was surprising. AI art. I mean, I don't know if they were doing AI art stuff. I think it was just usual digital artists. I mean, like the thing is though, there are actually websites that allow that and already have allowed that, but it's not as popular as Twitch. So like they want to do it on Twitch, obviously that's where people are. But like, dude, that's fucking crazy. You can't go in there at this point. You can't go in there just looking for art streams and not see huge furry wolf dicks. Like you can't. That's not an option. You just see it. And like if you just watch art streams, that shit gets recommended to you because you watch art streams. Like at this point, you can't not get that pushed in your face. It's not an option. Like I can't even avoid camgirl recommendations. I can't even avoid Camgirl recommendations, even though I follow none, I watch none. Like none of the IRL categories, I don't watch any of them. I don't follow anyone from them. I don't even watch anyone that does IRL streams, I think. And I still get them recommended because other people who watch things like retro do. So like I don't get art recommendations because the only art streamer I follow is Blah, and she doesn't stream, or at least not very often, very rarely. So I don't get art recommendations, but I do get Camgo recommendations because I watch lots of retro streamers and speedrunners, and boy, is there a lot of crossover. You did stream last week, and I'm very, very proud. But I used to get art recommendations because you used to regularly stream. So I used to actually occasionally get art recommendations because I watched art streams regularly. So it would pop up in the algorithm. Few ass thumbnails now. Oh, okay. I might have just got really unlucky or really lucky, depending on what you want to see, I guess. When I checked the other day, but that's still like that's fucking crazy. So all they've done is made it so the homepage, just the homepage, won't have sexual content streams on the main page. But that's just the homepage. Anywhere else you'll see it. Anywhere else you'll see it. If you are just looking for art streams, you're gonna get a whole lot of titty, whether you like it or not. And yeah, like they have become like apparently much, much, much more lenient with the camgirl streamers. So apparently the camgirls now I have developed a new meta of just being naked, but having the camera barely too high to not see anything. That's the new meta now because they're they're allowed to do that now. And like it's like, dude, this is crazy. Like it needs to be its own category. It needs to straight up be its own category and like unable to mix with the main Twitch. Like this is a 13 plus website. Kids that watch Fortnite see this shit in their feed. Kids that watch Fortnite see this shit in their feed that are just like straight up teenagers coming onto Twitch and they just get like recommended some chick clapping her ass cheeks on camera. It's like, pff, all right. Yeah, they were trying to be pretty, you know, towing the line. I mean, that's how it goes, right? Whatever the rule is, they're going to try and push that rule as far as they can before they get banned. But you know, by loosening the rules, you're just making it even more crazy. Like that was what was with the art, though. It was previously like they would draw everything except for the genitals, right? And then they would draw the genitals off stream. That was what they used to do, but now they don't have to do that.
Lost? Ha! You really are an intriguing man, Particio. Intriguing enough to win an audience with the master of this house.
Wow, amazing! It was actually him the whole time. Man genitals are not so pretty. I think a lot of people disagree with you. I think a lot of people find dicks pretty aesthetically pleasing.
Welcome to my manor, Particio. I am none other than Alrond himself.
Wait, hold on. What? You're Alron? But who? What? Why?
Don't think ill of me, Particio. I had my reasons to disguise myself as the everyman.
No dicks at the moment? I mean, actually, when I did last see, the top, I think, 3 streams were all furry artists drawing, like, super buff, dicks out personas. That was, like, the top 3. So, like, I was immediately greeted, once I opened up the art page, I was immediately greeted by 3 giant furry dicks. That was the first thing that I saw. Because that was the top 3 streams in there. And I was just like, damn, alright. New rules. I believe one of them, like, was a, VTuber with similar design character for their avatar. Yeah, they absolutely were not keeping it above the waist in this context, Loza. Absolutely were not. It was like right there in the middle of the screen. In all of its vascular glory. Yeah, right? That's what artistic nudity usually would mean. But the way they specified was just nudity is okay as long as it isn't intercourse. But like a huge erect dick isn't intercourse. It's just a dick, right? And that's what they've gone with. People weren't getting banned for it. Yeah, like, that's the thing though. The rules and classifications on Twitch are always intentionally incredibly vague. I think for 2 reasons, really. 1, so they can't really be held accountable for shit. And 2, so they can ban whoever the fuck they want for any reason and not give any clarification. Because they never do. That's like one of the biggest problems people have with like Twitch moderation, is that they don't really tell you when you get banned. They don't really tell you why. You don't get much information. You just get some super vague response, and sometimes you barely even get that. No artistic penetration, yeah. No, like, tastefully artistic cum shots, I'm sorry. How, prudish of Twitch to not allow that. I mean, yeah, at the same time though, Loza, I would say that you should just turn the camera off if that was an issue. Like, I would rather everyone wear a shirt on Twitch. Male and female, like, it's just not really the time or place for fucking strip teasers. I don't care if you're attractive or unattractive, male or female. I think you should probably just be clothed on Twitch. Like, just because it's not an 18 plus website. Never has been. This has always been a kid-friendly site, or like a teenage-friendly site. It's always been 13 plus. That's just how it is. And because there's basically no age verification at all, you don't even have to be logged in. Like, there's no age verification at all. Recommendations are based on what other people watch, not what you watch, what other people watch. I mean, it is also based on what you watch. So, like, no matter how you go about it, like, no matter how old you are, no matter what the details on your account, when you're getting recommendations, you're like, there's a very, very high chance you're going to be getting adult content if straight up adult content is allowed on the website. Yeah, sure, you won't see it on the homepage, but you're gonna see it. Like, you're going to see it. Pretty much, you watch any clip, literally watch any clip on Twitch, doesn't matter who it is. And after the clip is finished, it'll say other popular clips. And that is not based on anything that you watch or anything that anyone you know watches. That's based on what is trending. And what is trending for clips is every single time it's cam girls. Every single time. If you watch any clip, after you watch it, you're going to see clips of cam girls pop up. And if you have autoplay, it's going to fucking start playing them. And that's nuts. Because, yeah, you're gonna get 12, 13-year-old kids or younger who have just come on even though they are not supposed to be here, and they're going to see that shit. They are 100% kids who have come on to watch Fortnite are going to see clips of girls twerking on camera. Like 100% gonna see some cheeks clapping. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of fucked. Like, that's really not okay. Like, if they want to break into the My Free Cams market, then absolutely. Obviously, they fucking want the market because they already have half the audience. I just think it needs to be on like a separate site that you have to opt in to join, like go to, and require a little bit more verification or something. Like, obviously, they don't want that. They want it to be in the main area because that's how it like kind of baits people in. And you have that like plausible deniability of going, oh, I'm on Twitch. Twitch is a gaming site. Twitch isn't like softcore porn. It's fine. But if you have it on like Twitch Adult, then you don't have that anymore. Because you have to be seeking now. You have to be seeking out to go there. Pretty difficult to get into free cams, is it? Honestly, I wouldn't know. I have no fucking idea what kind of application process my free cams has. I don't know. It's wild to me that they've made such a big change just out of the blue like this. I suppose maybe they've been talking about it for a while and I just didn't know. But the way people are reacting, it seems pretty out of the blue. It seems pretty out of the blue.
As one of the wealthiest people on the continent, I find that most put on a false mask when speaking to me. It's much easier to judge someone's true character by how they treat you when they think you're nothing special.
In a thong? Please, I wear thongs every day combo. Or as Americans like to call them, flip-flops. G-string, probably not gonna happen. I can't say I've ever worn one, but that has gotta be fucking uncomfortable. There's no way a G-string is comfortable. Like, yeah, sure, they look good, but like, there is no fucking way that's comfortable. That's gotta dig into places you don't want thin pieces of fabric to be digging into. Exactly, Loza. Only a thong and a smile. Ugh. No one needs to see that. Absolutely zero people need to see that. I don't need to see that. I'm like blacking out the mirror if that's happening. In the 90s? Honestly, I wouldn't know, blah. In the 90s, I was a little bit too young. Like, at that point, in the 90s, if I, like, went to the beach or something, which I did frequently in the 90s, I was much more interested in actually just playing on the beach and swimming. So, like, I honestly have no idea what bikini fashion was like because I was not looking at titties. I was swimming and surfing. Because at that point I was less than 10 years old. Not picking up girls. Yeah, I wasn't picking up girls when I was less than 10 years old, Cup Noodles.
I see.
Yeah, like, exactly, Lozo. Like, if it was so hot and it was so miserable that I just had to be naked to deal with the heat, I would, if I was a webcam streamer, like, rather a streamer that has a webcam, I would just turn off the camera, like so many people already do already. Or I would put a fan on me, or, like, I'd do something. Like, shit, you don't have to have a webcam. Youngster. I forget how much older than me you are, Blo. I'm pretty sure you did tell me at some point. And I remember being like, oh yeah, but that's like the same age as someone I know. Like I think it was like same age as my brother's wife or something.
I often tell the young master that his penchant for disguise is in poor taste, but he never listens to me.
Baywatch? That was a show in the 90s, I believe.
Forgive
Yeah,
me
I've not
my
watched it.
indulgences, Misha.
Isn't that the one that had the Hasselhoff in it?
You have proven yourself a cut above the common
Yeah, that's
merchant,
right.
Patricio. That is why I have invited you here.
Hasselhoff and Pamela Anderson in red bathing suits. Yep. The intro is the four people like running down the beach in slow motion, right? Didn't they do a reboot of that show or some shit with The Rock in it?
Now, you said you had business with me. Looking for money, I assume. Patricio, are you like all the others? Come, speak your piece.
Well, you've got me pegged, so I'll get straight to the point.
He does. I mean, he is probably in his 60s. Let's see, David Hasselhoff. He is 71. So honestly, looking at pictures of him, for 71, he looks really good for 71, honestly. But I don't know how modern these pictures are, how recent they are, sorry. The pictures that came up just then, I didn't like search for now, but I just saw a bunch of pictures. He looks pretty good for 71. Still of the opinion that he united. How would he? I don't know anything about him uniting Germany, but okay. I'm sure I saw something about Baywatch and The Rock. Hang on a second. Baywatch 2017, the big boy competition scene. Wait, I think it may have been talked about, and they may have like done some like promotional stuff, but didn't actually release it, and it's still like being talked about or something. I don't know. 2024, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not digging too deep into that right now. But why work when you can talk about tastefully artistic drawings of nudity on Twitch and Baywatch and David Hasselhoff uniting Germany?
I want to buy the rights to the
Oh, it's a
Seaman,
movie.
and I need capital to do it.
How's it going, Rich? Hope you're doing good. It's a movie, huh? Yeah, I was sure I saw. I was absolutely sure that I saw clips with the Baywatch stuff and The Rock, running down the beach doing the thing. Plays Honey Pop. I don't want to play Honey Pop. I don't like Bejeweled, actually, but I've watched people play Honey Pop. It's not allowed on Twitch, but I have actually seen actually surprisingly reasonably large amount of Honey Pop gameplay because like just sitting in Discord and watching someone stream it on Discord And it's just Bejeweled. It's Bejeweled, except you get like pinups of naked girls. And it seems awful, honestly. I don't like Bejeweled though. But if, for people who do like Bejeweled, I'm sure it's great. Go over to X-Files, Buffy, or Star Trek. So I saw a bit of X-Files when it was like on TV. But so when X-Files was still on TV here, I never got to watch it because it was on like, after my bedtime. Because I was really young at the time, and it didn't stay on TV when I was like, old enough to be staying up that late. It wasn't still on TV. And Buffy and Star Trek, I think I kind of just missed. Like Buffy was probably on TV, but I just wasn't interested. And I don't even know about Star Trek. I honestly have no idea about Star Trek. If it was on TV here, when? Yeah, that's the crazy thing, right, Dragoon? They are consistency is the key, and they do not have the consistency.
Steam engine, you say? Pursuing the latest trends, are we?
Yeah, well, the thing is though, Respite, so non-intercourse nudity is okay in art, but not in video games if the entire game's focal point is sexual content. So like Honey Pop, even if there was no intercourse, it was only nudity. Although I think there's like actual like not intercourse, but like masturbation pictures, that kind of thing. I think there's that. I'm not entirely sure though. I only saw like pin-up pictures myself. I didn't like watch an entire playthrough. I just basically saw like maybe an hour of someone playing it. Like half watching it while I was playing Final Fantasy on the side kind of thing and talking to them. So I didn't really see that much. I think there might be more than just straight up nudity. But because it's a hentai game, like they actually do specify this in the new rules. Hentai games are still not allowed. Like a game that is just purely for sexual content, even if it's just softcore porn, it's still not allowed. Games that have got sex and nudity in them are okay. They always have been. But not if it's like the focal point of the game. You can still play Conan Exiles. You can still play Witcher 3. You always have been able to. Because while there is sex and nudity in them, it's not the focal point of the game at all. It's just there. Like in Conan Exiles, if you were naked, you're actually naked. And that knee slapper that you've got, because it's got like a dick size slider, that knee slapper is absolutely flopping in the wind. But that's only if you are actually naked, and usually you're wearing armor. And you don't like beat a dungeon and then get like a pinup or something. You beat a dungeon and get loot because it's an RPG. Yeah, exactly. It's pretty intense, Brisbane. It's pretty intense. It is weird, actually, though, that they are being so specific about hentai games still not being allowed. But at the same time, I think the reason why is because with hentai games, it would be so hard to moderate. They would have to actually go by every game one by one and disapprove or approve everyone individually. So at the moment, it's more that they say none of it's okay, and they will approve a couple, maybe. They'll say they're okay. But for the most part, if it's a hentai game, even if it's purely softcore, it's not okay. Yeah, just make a separate 18 plus only part that doesn't integrate into the main one. But they really don't want to do that. They really don't want to do that. I think there's two reasons why they don't want to do that. They won't get more money for it. That's why. They won't get more money for it. They will lose a lot of money for doing that. So there's two things. One, they don't want Twitch to be associated with adult Twitch because they're already getting this reputation. They don't want that. But not only that, though, they want it to be integrated. They want it to be integrated because it's got two things for being integrated. Plausible deniability. Oh, I'm not on Twitch for cam girls. Twitch is like a video game site. It just kind of also has IRL, right? So you can kind of plausible deniability that shit away. And the other thing is, so people who are there for other things, people who have come on for speedruns, will actually get it recommended to them. They want that. Because the speedrun and retro games community and the camgirl community, those fan bases in a Venn diagram are basically a fucking circle. And it's like, well, actually, it feels kind of harsh, like also putting the retro in there, but it is, that's a big fucking portion of it. And if you separate that, you're not going to be drawing in new people because most people are going to get drawn into that randomly on a whim from just seeing it recommended, not from going there specifically to seek it out. Because most of the time, if someone is specifically seeking that out, they're not going to go to Twitch, they're going to go to my free cams. And it's just like, what the fuck? Like, I fully understand why they don't want to, but I think it's very necessary. It's crazy. It is actually just totally out of hand at this point, and it is absolutely going to get so much worse because every time they make the rules more lenient, the people will just keep pushing it harder and harder until they realize, oh shit, we're banning people too much. Maybe we should loosen the rules. They've done that like 3 times now, where it's like, yeah, you're kind of just like slowly loosening the rules, and then they get pushed, and then you loosen them again, rather than just like cracking down. You just loosen the rules again, and it's reached an all new low. I do not think there is absolutely anything wrong with the existence of camgirl streamers. I just don't think it belongs on a site that's full of kids. It really should be on its own thing. Especially because it's like so fucking unrelated to everything else on the website. But it makes a lot of money. There's a lot of money. There's a lot of money in prostitution. There is. There's a reason why it's been it's such a thriving profession for such a long time. Exactly, Loza. It's kind of funny though.
I
Like,
have my eye on it as well. The coming era will be an age of steam, if I read the future right.
if you go into um like big speedrun community streams and like Pokemon community streams, Pokemon's actually real bad for it. The amount of like Amaranth emotes and stuff like that you'll see spammed is wacky. Like the crossover is very real. It's very real, and that's why they don't want to separate it. Is you can't just pass it off. Like if you have Twitch 18 plus or Twitch adult in your browser history, you cannot palm that off as like to someone who isn't familiar with Twitch. You can't just be like, oh yeah, it's Twitch, it's video game stuff. You can't do that. Not if it's Twitch adult. Not if it's Twitch free cams. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that can be done better. And, it is kind of unreasonable to expect Twitch to be perfect, especially with how large it is. Like, you can't really expect perfection, but it's kind of just caving and accepting like short-term gain through camgirl cash flow. But there's no way that that's good for advertisers. Like, I'm pretty sure everyone is well aware of how finicky advertisers are with what platforms their ads are on. Like, like the Apple App Store thing will straight up take off certain things. Like certain listed apps will just be taken down because they are too adult. Even though, their own thing, they are their own thing and they are listed and marked as such. Like advertisers don't want to be associated with a platform that has anything like this on it, that kind of thing. And you better believe advertisers would be pissed if their ads showed up, like, if it was like a Nintendo thing and their ads showed up on a camgirl stream, they would not be okay with that. And that's where it starts getting very awkward for advertisers. And that's where it starts getting not profitable and kind of dicey for Amazon. And that's when Amazon starts doing questionable things and cutting budget and shutting things down. And that's what we definitely don't want. I'm not gonna like go over everything that we've been talking about again, Julian. I'm sorry. You had to be here. Yeah, I mean, some advertisers are totally fine with it, Brisbane, but others are not. Like, a lot of advertisers really aren't. And that's why YouTube is very particular about what is and is not monetizable and where ads can and can't appear and what kind of ads appear where and how, like, to list a video, you have to specify if it's like adults only, if it's kids only, if it's any audience, if it's whatever. They're very particular about it. Like, obviously, Google is going to be pretty on the ball when it comes to this kind of thing because they're literally an advertising company. But yeah, that kind of thing matters, especially with like how anal about forcing everyone to use ads Amazon is with Twitch. And this kind of move makes things dicey for advertisers.
Yep, it's got a lot of power and a lot of potential to make the world a better place. Problem is, the fellow who owns the rights to it ain't interested in using it for the people's benefit.
I mean, I'm all for the equal rights thing, but like, I just think like straight up sexual content shouldn't be on a platform for kids. Like Twitch isn't only a platform for kids, but Twitch is a family-friendly platform. But there's a very big difference between like someone who swears and their stream is labeled as like this person swears a lot, or like a game that's actually 18 plus rated, like Doom or Witcher or something, being labeled as such. You can't really do much about that without asking for ID. But like a kid hearing someone say "fuck" is pretty different from seeing a chick like a clip come up in their feed of a chick clapping her ass cheeks in a G-string. Like those are very very fucking different things. Yeah, the thing is though, you don't even have to be logged in for that shit to appear, bro. Don't have to be logged in. It's straight up just there. It's just not on the main page. It's everywhere else. It's not on the main page. But there's a really big difference between seeing actual nudity and just hearing someone say fuck. Like, I understand if people would get mad if, like, someone was, like, swearing their head off, like I do. But, my stream is labeled as adult. So, do what you do, I guess. But, like, you can't see the thumbnail of my stream. You have to be in here. You have to be in here, and you have to agree. And the worst you're gonna get is some dirty jokes and someone swearing. And that is kind of in its own ballpark. I mean, I wouldn't want a 10-year-old kid watching my stream though. I mean, granted, a 10-year-old kid also isn't allowed to be on the website. Technically, it's 13 plus. But I wouldn't really want a 13-year-old watching my stream either. Obviously, there's a chance it might happen if I'm playing some new hipster game, whatever. But even then, I don't think kids would stick around here. Yeah, so I think excessive violence and drug use are also removed from the homepage. Excessive gore and violence is also removed from the homepage now, but that's by game. That's by game, and that's automatically done, I believe. So, like, the previous markers. Yes, I don't make enough poop jokes. Um, the the swearing and adult themes label is unaffected by any of these new changes. It's specifically drug use and sexual content. So like drinking streams, I believe, can't appear on the homepage, and people who like excessively smoke, like Throg, who smokes weed on stream all the time, he would not be allowed to be on the front page anymore. It would have to be labeled as such. Which that one I think is a little bit silly, but it makes sense, you know. It's in most places I think it's illegal, so fair call, I guess. And cam girls can't be on the front page anymore. $2,000 gaming computer for Roblox? What the fuck? I honestly don't know what the hardware requirements for Roblox is. I can't imagine it's very high, though.
I'm a merchant, that's true, but I believe there's something out there more valuable than wealth. People's happiness. I want to be in the business of trading bliss. So, I figured I'd buy up the rights to the steam engine so I could share the wealth, so to speak.
An interesting proposal indeed. I assume your purchase has a price tag?
800 billion.
80 billion
Oh, 80.
leaves.
80 billion?
That is certainly not cheap. And yet your proposal bears consideration.
Yeah. Kind of finishing talking about it, Santo, but yeah. I don't want to backpedal and talk about it all again, though. I've already said everything that I think about it, and in Discord as well, honestly. I'm just repeating a lot of what I said in Discord. We'll see how it goes. I think there's gonna be plenty of backlash on this, though. They're gonna do something's gonna come out of it. Something's gonna come out of this. Whether it's good or bad, we do not know. It's not like my opinion matters. Not only am I a tiny streamer, but I am male, so my opinion doesn't matter. So we shall see how it pans out. VTubers got hit hard, did they? I've been seeing those nude VTubers. Or are they all getting banned now? They're getting cleaned up.
But sir!
The steam engine will make jobs, lots of jobs for all sorts of folk. Especially for those who don't have the means to earn a living wage.
I mean, the artistic nudity thing, unless they've already banned all those people too, there is definitely, at least yesterday when I looked, and apparently there is still a bunch now, or at least some now, there's definitely artists who are just drawing full nudity. Not artistic, old painting, oh, she's got her butt out, wow. Not like that, like, big old erect dicks and titties.
If I have my way, the steam engine will help all those troubled folks make enough to feed their families.
I don't understand what that means, Cup. I can't look at your links right now.
That way, the world will be a better, happier, more prosperous place. So, Elrond, what do you say? Want to invest in my dream for the future?
Particio, you truly are a charismatic individual. However, my purse strings do not come undone for a smile and a song. Before I invest, I need a closer appraisal of your caliber.
Well, they did say that strip teasers were allowed now. But yeah, actually, that is the thing, though. If you got raided into someone like that, although you still have to hit accept to adult stream. I think if you've hit accept to an 18+ stream or something, like a mature audiences stream for any kind, I think if you have accepted one of them ever, it's going to just automatically go into any of them. Because I don't remember the last time that it warned me that I was going into a mature audience's stream. But I go into new streams regularly. I do not remember the last time that it actually asked me, and I go into streams that are labeled as mature audiences only that I haven't been in before all the time. So I think it might just go off your cookies, whether you have accepted it or not.
Do you want me to take my shirt off or something?
What the fuck, Particio?
No. Please, stay dressed. But if you remove something,
Yeah, well, the thing is, though, violent 18 plus games, like games that are, like, say, if I played Sekiro, that game is automatically flagged. I can't not have it. When I played God of War, I couldn't turn it off. When I play this, it probably doesn't have it there by default. Oh, yeah? Okay. Yeah, so I think the only time I get warned is like the first time, like after I've cleared my cookies or something. He did hear our conversation, yeah. So like, if you have gone into any mature audience stream, I think if you raid into someone else, like if you've been in here, if you've been in my stream, you have hit accept on the mature audience thing before. And if I raided Amaranth, you would be seeing that and you get no warning or anything. You could opt out of the raid if you knew what that was, if you knew who that was, and you didn't want to see that, you could opt out of it and close the stream. But if you didn't do that, if you didn't opt out instead of having to opt in, you would be seeing clapping cheeks and twerking and probably butthole slips.
let it be the veneer off Wellgrove. Once, this town was filled with energy and laughter. But market forces shifted, and an economic depression settled upon this once prosperous town. It was my father who put the final nail in the coffin that was Wellgrove's economy.
How'd he do that?
He threw money at the problem in the hopes of turning this town's fortunes around. What do you think all the townsfolk did when he gave them hefty sums of leaves for free? Some stopped bothering to work. Others took the money and moved far away. All the while, our town declined. In the end, money had no power for positive change here.
You mean free money doesn't help the economy? Wow. Telling me that an economy works on the exchange of money and the flow and trade of goods and services, and that money only holds value if there are things of value in the area that are being exchanged.
So I want you to revitalize this dying town, Particio.
I always imagine Giltos, Loza.
If you can do that, I'll invest in your brighter tomorrow. However, you will not see a single leaf from me until you complete this task.
I accept your challenge. I'll fix up your town for you, and I'll give it all I got.
Good. I expect great things from you.
This town always sucked.
Righto. Time to head down to the market and see what I can do.
I'm curious where the combat in this chapter will be, but maybe it'll be another non-combat chapter. Like Dancer Chapter 3.
Carpets, rugs, mats. Low prices, friends. Low prices.
Whoa there. You look like you need a nap, fella. Let me see your merchandise. Oh, these are fine quality wares. Let me try hawking them. I'll sell them for twice the price, guaranteed. Howdy there, miss. Have I got a deal for you?
Aggressive hawkers, everyone's favorite.
See this here carpet? It's not just any old rug.
With the power of false advertising and being obnoxious.
Feast your eyes on this pattern. Seem familiar? It's Timberane's own symbol. This is a high-quality, first-class national product.
Are they at least short? Kinda. Like, the chapters seem to be, like, between 30 to 60 minutes after the first chapters, which are long, it seems. Combat or non-combat, they seem to take a similar amount of time because, honestly, combat doesn't add very much time. The bosses always go down pretty quick, and the dungeons are all really small in this game. So, combat or non-combat, it doesn't really make much difference. Almost all of the time that goes into a chapter is the cutscenes. It was just weird, because I was like, in that entire, like, I think it was chapter 3 for the dancer, I was just like, who's the antagonist of this chapter? Who's the bad guy? When's the boss gonna come out? When am I gonna get into a fight? Why am I not in a dungeon? And then it just ended, and it's like, wait, what? There was no bad guy. There was no bad guy, there was no fighting. There was literally not even a chance of a random encounter.
What's all the hubbub? Not only that, it's going for a one-time only bargain price. Miss this chance to buy and you'll regret it.
I'll take one.
Me too. Thank y'all for the patronage.
I like how this
Impressed?
merchant just,
I sold those mats for twice your initial price.
the other merchant here accepted him doing this without a question, by the way. Like, not even a, hey, that's my shit, like, that's my money. Nothing like that.
You're something else. Are you the god of commerce? The Falcon the trader himself?
No. Simple fact is, no one will want to buy from a merchant who looks gloomier than a rainy day. Have confidence in the quality of your own goods, and the customers will gather like flies to honey.
Wow! I feel like a whole new merchant!
I've got a handle on this pickle now. These merchants lack the fiery passion needed to tug at customers' hearts and their purse strings. But get enough sparks together, and you've got yourself a good old bonfire. To lay down some tendering, how about I get all the shops in one place? If I can spruce up some abandoned storefront to host them, why... Yeah, that's the ticket. This'll work for sure.
Gonna invent a mall. I think that's what happens. I'm not
Of
sure.
course, I need the right marketplace to spruce.
I'm not actually sure, but I think that might be what actually happens. I know shops unlock here after you
on.
do something with Particio.
Excuse me. Huh, looks like this place is abandoned. Ah, that makes it ideal for my scheme.
Man, that is so harebrained. What the fuck? This could be the town hall and it's just not in use right now. Didn't ask any question. He's like, "Yep, there's no one in this room right now. That means this entire building is abandoned, and that me, a stranger who is not even from this town, can just come in and take over the building and do whatever the fuck I want with it." That's how it works.
Righty then. Time to put my refurbishing boots on.
That's how it works.
When I'm done with the place, customers will swarm in here for sure.
You just go into someone's house when they're not home. Oh, no one's here. I guess I can just do what I want with it now. It's my house now.
I've got all my plans settled. All that's left is to recruit the merchants.
A monorail. Man, now that would be a interesting chapter, an interesting addition to the game. Oh, I don't even have to drag him in there. Is this a scammer? A reformed merchant. Ugh. What the? Who are you?
Mira's gone.
Oh, it's this guy again.
She's had a hard look on her face lately. I think she may have gone to avenge her mother. I don't intend to stop her, but as the garden's keeper, it's my duty to see her home safe. If you don't mind, could you help me find her? I remember her saying something about a gondola.
Oh boy, where could that be?
I have interest.
How about this spot, Particio?
Huh. Entrance is too narrow. Let's take down this here wall. That'll fix it so customers can step on in all lively like.
You got it.
Interesting. So you plan to have all the traders gather into one centralized marketplace.
Hardly a new idea, but it is a functional one.
A fascinating idea. In fact, it may birth a new commercial concept entirely.
I've already come up with a name. Alron's Department Store.
Ah, because each shop is in its own department within the greater whole. You have a fine sense for naming.
Don't I just, Mr. Alron, sir?
Enough of that. Alrond will do just fine.
Particio! I've heard the news. I've heard all the news.
Oh my god, that's her again.
Yeah! What holds you crawl out of Scrivener?
The scoop hole. Wherever there's a story, there's a Scrivener. The fire of hope flares anew in dilapidated commercial district.
She's like a BuzzFeed writer.
Traveling merchant Particio does it again. The flag of a new business unfurls.
She's actually the only character that I've noticed this in. So I feel like when they when they recorded her lines, they must have used a poorly tuned mic or something, like a... I don't know. Because, like, she's the only character that has this... When she's talking, her mic, like, peaks. And it doesn't, like, have audio pop or something. But it sounds really weird. It's super noticeable. It's like they used a mic that was boosted too much or something.
Let me handle the promotion for this amazing enterprise, Particio.
Oh, you'd do that for me?
You betcha. I have a brother, you know. He's got this line he loves bringing out. The world's filled with people groaning under the weight of 1,000 problems.
Kai with the very nice raid. Very nice. How's it going, Kai? Did you beat that level? But thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome, welcome. In the middle of Particio's Chapter 3. Just turned out to be very nice. Yeah, it did. I don't know if that was intentional, to wait just for the right moment for it to be 69. But you nailed it. You did it? Nice. It looked pretty fucking hard. There are some pretty damn hard looking levels. Like the one room stage where it's just like single rooms one after the other. Like what are they called? There was a hack that was like dedicated to that. I can't remember what it was called. But yeah, like that one. That stage seems really, really hard. And Bowser looks so fucked. Bowser looks so fucked. I'll be curious to see you do that one. No checkpoint. Oh no, I mean like single screen rooms. There's a stage that's like you surely would have seen some of it. But yeah, there's like it's like just a sequence of like single screen rooms basically. It looks really hard. I think that might be the one that people have been complaining about to you. But yeah, I've seen like I've been watching like bits and pieces of speedruns of Rampu World now, and man, it some of those stages look so hard, but it all looks so fucking hard to me, just because I don't play it. Just an orb.
It's fresh ideas like yours that bring a ray of joy into troubled lives. In short, I want to help.
A Tower of Fate. Yeah, I don't know if it's a tower. Like, if someone could tell me, like, if it is a tower. But yeah, there's also a thing that's in the game. A hard mode thing. And I don't know if you're aware of it. But I'll be curious to see if you try it. I would imagine you would give that one a big old fuck no. But, people have done it.
After all, I became a scrivener to spread good news, not bad. In that regard, I'm a lot like you, Particio.
That kind of just makes her a bad reporter, honestly. It kind of just makes her a bad reporter if she only likes to report on good things. Because, like, the things that need to be reported on are usually bad things. Like, reporting on, say, like, political corruption or something like that. That's not happy news. That's not news that you are going to be cheered up by. But that's news you want to know. That is definitely news you want to know. That just kind of makes her a shitty reporter. Yeah, I mean, I was surprised that I got power back just now, because the estimate was that it was going to be done tomorrow at like 7 o'clock. So right now, basically. 7:02 right now. The estimate was that it was going to be done tomorrow at this time. But it was up like an hour before my stream time, before I got home. And I'm glad for that. Like, it's been a fucking miserable month, honestly. There's been so much bullshit. It's unbelievable. But here we are. We're alive. somehow. So I really appreciate all the extra support and kind messages and raids and subs and bits and all the stuff that I've been getting since coming back, my internet fixed and birthday and all that shit. It's been really nice. I've been getting messages when I just randomly don't show up, getting messages on Discord, asking if I'm alive, that kind of thing. It feels good. It feels good to know that people care enough to check, just that I'm alive at least, because most people don't get that. Yeah, so I would assume that nothing is going to go wrong power-wise at the very least in the near future. But with the current rate that I've been going at, I bet my computer's going to blow up with some bullshit. There'll be some shit. Am I alive or is this all just a recording? You'll never know. You'll never know, Vince. I would put like a shoe on my head to convince you otherwise, But I don't have a webcam, so you'll just have to pretend. Also, who's messaging me? Oh, I see. I see. AI replaced, yep. Replaced by the government. I'm here to, when people... I'm here to catch people when they slip up and confess to their crimes. Casual conversation, confessing to their crimes.
Ori, you're good folk, you know that?
Good folk, but a bad reporter.
Here, this one's on the house. A pre-opening present for a fine writer.
Really? Thanks! I'll be sure to bring my fanciest words to bear.
Life seems to be returning to my town.
So I think after this chapter, I can buy stuff here that I previously couldn't buy in this town.
Thank you kindly, everyone. This place is looking fine and fresh because of all y'all.
And that means I can get the last invention for the inventor class, which I'm probably not going to use, because it seems alright. It's just got, some very fatal flaws, which is unfortunate. But I'll see what the last one is. Yeah, maybe she would have just half-assed it otherwise, Dragon. Maybe that's actually what's going on here. Also, damn, that was some really fast renovations.
There's only one issue left.
He's knocked out 3 brick walls in the span of a conversation somehow. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, our shelves are looking melancholy and bare.
So, how are we supposed to stock all the various goods to make this place a success?
Alright, have a good one, Kai. Thanks again for the raid. Thank you. Have a good rest. I am actually so fucking tired as well. I've been awake for 20 or so hours now. And I'm only just getting started with stream. I did not sleep so well last night. So I am very tired. And then I agreed to help someone with something after stream, which is probably going to take maybe an hour. Probably not that long. But either way, I did not anticipate being so tired. It's I agreed to that before the power went out. I was like, oh, I probably won't be able to make it because my power is out. But then it came back up, so I was like, oh well, I guess I'll still do it, despite my tiredness. Yeah, you were on that for a pretty long time. I could hear the frustration setting in before I jumped off to do my own stream. The determination is that I absolutely when I get stuck on something and I'm just grinding it for an hour or more, I need to take a break because the frustration just kicks in. But like when I was doing like Melania, for example, in Elden Ring and Mog, because I did both of them like too low level, and like they each took me over an hour each, and it's just like, you know, I had to take breaks. I just like, because it gets frustrating, so I just like had to just go and do a different dungeon or just play something else for a while or just go and do something else, you know? And you know, I eventually got it down to a total of a couple hours or whatever each. Actually, I don't think Mog took me that long, even though Mog I thought was harder. Anything water related in SMW is going to be janky in some way.
No worries on that, Frontier. I'll go gather up the goods myself.
Just wait till it gets to Cape, though. I know you're looking forward to the Cape level.
Y'all see to the finishing touches while I'm out and about.
You got it!
This will be a fine store for sure.
I mean, I love watching Cape stuff. I know that, like, SMW enjoyers tend to either love or hate Cape, though. There's not really much in between. People either really, really like Cape stuff, or they hate it. And hacks tend to either be dedicated to Cape, or have no Cape whatsoever. It's rare that it has a bit, only a bit. And Bob is one of those streamers who will put a bit of Cape in, like all of his stuff. But usually it's like pretty light on the Cape stuff. Usually levels are not entirely dedicated to Cape. Yeah, like I think the thing with Cape that like drives people away from it is that like the tech is very different. It's like a totally different skill set to do Cape stuff, I think. And it's not easy. It's not easy. It's just a totally different skill set. So like there are intensely hard Cape hacks. You know, like Fly Me to the Stars, where there's like the entire hack. It's all Cape and it's all hard as fuck.
Strange. I got the feeling I was being watched just now.
Yeah. I think Bob was pretty particular about the difficulty of the Cape stuff because he understands that. I mean, I don't think he himself really likes Cape, but I think he understands that people, you know, they either love or hate it. They either love or hate it, and it's like, you know, if you want Cape, play a Cape hack, but otherwise you're probably not going to be seeing much Cape. Other than, like, you know, very short sequences, something. And yeah, from what I've seen, the Cape level does look pretty fucking hard. I don't think it's a super long section, but I've never watched the whole level from start to finish. I've just seen a couple of people like trying to beat the level for the first time and doing like the first portion of it. But I don't know if there's a second, like I don't know if there's a second portion that's also all Cape or something like that. So I've not seen that one. Because I have not seen very much.
Must have been my imagination.
So I've never seen a completed
now,
run.
On to business.
I've never seen a completed run. I've just watched like some speed runs and some Bowser grinding, essentially. And the speed runs, they never really get very far, you know? When they're trying to get PBs, they're not really getting that far. It's all levels that I've already seen you do. Because the majority of what I've seen has been what you've played. But you know, as someone who only watches and doesn't play, I love seeing Cape. Cape is so cool and flashy.
What
so
does
like
a department store like ours need?
Even though I'm not like a huge fan of Carl Sagan or something, like he's an entertaining streamer, but I don't actually watch him or anything like that. I think his hack is probably the most entertaining to watch. It's just so impressive to look at. Yeah, exactly. It's impressive to watch, not fun to play, unless you're really into it, of course.
I'm sure I can gather something good from the towns I've visited up till now. Right. First stop is There.
There, yeah, where's that?
Hello again, Si. Flower of the desert. Now,
You
what
see
should
Flower
I
of the
stock
Desert?
up
Yeah.
on here?
I like how when he released that, though, so I do know this. So Carl actually hates how people are super anti-save state. He hates that. And he's like, dude, use save states to learn tricks. Beat the level in like an entire sequence, but use save states to learn how tricks work so it makes it less of a grind. And he's all about that. And he like, because, you know, people always like use the justification of, oh, well, you know, it wasn't intended to be like that. That's not how it was intended to be done by the maker. So he like, when it came out, he's like, here's a task of the thing. Use save states. This was designed around with the intention of using save states to learn your tricks. And then people didn't know what to do, and they still insisted on not using save states, even though their one excuse was bullshit. Because he said it was intended to use save states. And I thought that was fucking hilarious.
Come on, I'm begging you. Buy one at least. This is the only source of income I have.
I feel for you, but no one in this town has a use for fine paper.
I have no idea. I have no idea how hard it is. It can't be too crazy because I've seen so many like people who speedrun SNES games have like save states set up for practicing. So it can't be too crazy, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe it was a pain to set it up, and once it's set up, it's fine to use, but setting it up is a pain, I don't know.
Is that one of them folks new to town? This place doesn't have demand for those wares, or the market to sell them. Huh. In that case, I just gotta provide the market for their goods. Righty then. Quality paper it is for the shop's first showpiece ware. Thanks for the business, friend. I appreciate it. Next stop, Clock Bank. It'll be
he's
nice
going
to
to
see
the,
Floyd's smiling face again.
He's going to the Scent of Commerce places again. But I wonder what happens if you haven't done all the Scent of Commerce things. Because other than the boat, they're all optional, apparently. So, that is a bit odd.
Look who it is. Morticio.
Hey, how's it going?
Fantastic, thanks to you.
Glad to hear it. Now, mind if I ask a question?
Is merchanting fun? I mean, it can be, I guess.
Not at all. For you, I'd be happy to field 100.
I actually quite like Particio's field theme song. The epic sax guy.
I'm trying to find this town's specialty product. Got any leads for me?
Why not pocket watches?
I didn't know there were clocks so small they fit in your pocket.
There are. Perhaps you could tell by the clock tower, but our town has a close relationship with things that tick in any form.
Including bombs.
Well, that settles it then, Floyd. Our second showpiece ware will be Clock Bank pocket watches.
So this one was not a Scent of Commerce one. This one was his chapter 2. Wait, hang on, was it? The fixing. Yeah, no, this was his chapter 2. This was his chapter 2.
Right then. Time to make arrangements back to where all this began. Ores Rush.
Kind of weird about Psy though, because that was a Scent of Commerce one, and that's an optional quest.
Well, if it isn't my boy.
What is Pap's name? Surely his name isn't Pap.
Where have you been? Couldn't even send your old pops a letter? Of course you couldn't. Now, what brings you back?
Trade. What else, Pops? I've come with a business proposal for you.
A business proposal? A good one, I take it?
Sure is. I'm setting up a shop that stocks the world's wares. Alron's Department Store is the name. I'm here to buy our finest sterling for sale on its shelves.
Sounds like an interesting enterprise. You got it, son. I'll part with Ores Rush's finest silver work for you.
The finest for 3.4K.
Thank you kindly, Pops. There, I've got enough to stock all our shelves now. Time to head back to the shop and get ready to open.
Don't these merchants have their own stock though? Like,
Yeehaw! Things are heating up here.
he's not the manager, right? Like, he kind of just encouraged them to all move in here and open their shops in one place. And they already had, like, that rug merchant, he already had a bunch of rugs to sell. Like, Particio shouldn't be going out in the world to buy stock, to stock their shelves, right? That'd be weird.
Time to report back to Alron and let him know the good news.
Like, he's just doing all that out of pocket.
I bet his jaw'll drop in surprise when he hears.
Shady hooded man, though. Oh, no.
I finally tracked you down, Particio.
I'm guessing that's the guy that I'm going to have to fight this chapter. Because otherwise there's been no combat.
Oh, what's this now? Fog? Weather's all wrong for a fog bank to roll on through. Whoa there. Alron's manor's gone white as a ghost. What in tarnation's going on?
What in tarnation? Kind of weird that the richest person in the world doesn't have any fucking security at all.
Misty inside. This fog, it ain't right. Dang, fog's everywhere.
Master Particio.
You all right? Stay with me, fella.
Man. He appeared out of the mist with a strange device. He attacked me.
Wow, the one
That's
guy...
rotten. Where'd he go?
The one guy protecting the place, the butler, of the richest man in the world, got attacked? How strange.
To Master Alron's room. I failed him. I should have stopped the intruder. Particio, please.
Leave it to me. I'll deal with that suspicious sneak. Hold on, Alron. I'm coming.
I'm coming. Lost time.
Alron!
Particio, stay back. There's something hiding in this fog.
There is?
You mean that guy that's clearly standing there and is totally visible?
It's too dangerous. Leave me. Run!
Sorry, Elrond. I can't do that. I never turn my back when there's an enemy lurking about. Still, it's hot as high noon here. Oh, this mist. I could swear I've seen its like before. I got it. This ain't mist nor fog. It's steam. But why is there steam in here? Ugh. Oh, some varmints sneaking around using the steam to hide, eh? I don't know who or what you are, but didn't your parents teach you any manners? I don't care if you're some sort of fog monster or what. I'm ready to fight.
Come on.
Come on.
All right, boss
Little
time.
devil.
It's creepy Steam Man. Cannot see
Here
the
I
target
come.
through the mist. Steam engine. All right.
You're in for it now.
Now then. The winds of favor blow.
Cleaning time. You're too kind.
Fight dirty.
Blind. Oh, come on, man.
Keep my friends safe. Soldier, I've got you next.
Fog lifted. Oh, it's
You're
dusk.
good.
What do you know? Why has he got that crazed look in his eyes, though? He seemed quite composed,
Oh,
actually.
wait, I know you. You're Mr. Rock's employee. Name of,
My name's Thurston, you twit.
Thirsty Thurston. Yeah, the boss is actually steamed hams.
You're as infuriating as ever, you idealistic bumpkin. Because of you, I was fired. Rock gave me the axe. Me!
No, he's not the
he
scientist.
did?
He's just an enforcer.
You ruined my life, Particio.
He's just basically a hired goon.
So I'll kill you and put a stop to your pathetic little business deal with Elrond. That will get me back in Rock's good graces. It has to.
I don't get what's got your britches in a twist, but I've never turned down a brawl. A word of warning, I never hold back in a fight, neither.
Throw wrench.
Whoa, time out.
Alright. Right, I don't have a barrage.
Here's a little something for you.
You're open.
This is bad.
Nice. I think I will actually defend
Not
you
this
guys
Whoa,
first.
time out.
Time out. Alright, I might actually... Oh, come on, I don't have... Again, I don't have... I'm so used to my mage having Scholar as well. And I think I'll just use Analyze. I can't.
I'm investing in you.
Thanks.
You're in for it. Time to strike.
What a show.
What a show indeed. Might actually just,
Thanks.
Wow.
This is bad.
74% chance to fail. This is so overkill, by the way. He's really dead. Like, whatever I hit him with next, he's dead. Like, this is a chapter 3 boss.
Together now.
I just... You know what, I'm probably gonna kill him with... No, I won't. I won't do that, you know what? I'll give him at least an honorable defeat to a real attack.
Yeehaw!
I'll let him die to
I don't know the meaning of the word mercy.
benediction. I'll let him die to a real attack.
Mind you, Steve got you.
I don't know what
Time
Particio's
to
latent
divvy up
is.
the earnings.
I actually don't know what his latent is. I have to check that again.
I've been foiled.
You don't feel a lick of remorse for what you've done, do you?
Was if those damn kids. For those damn cowboys.
Listen, the reason Mr. Rock gave you the boot was 'cause you were playing dirty.
So was he.
No.
So was Rock. Like, literally, Rock made illegal changes to a contract after it was written. So, like, he is absolutely okay with playing dirty. They seem to
But
talk around
I'm a
that.
forgiving sort, so let me give you a chance to set matters right.
I don't know why they keep talking around that. Because, okay, so other than that one thing that Rock did in Chapter 1, he hasn't actually done anything illegal. He's just, you know, your standard capitalist scum. He's a dick, and he's got no empathy for others, but he's just a businessman going for maximum profit without doing anything illegal. Like, he's not actually robbing people. He's just a dick about it. But they don't talk about the one thing that he actually did that was illegal. They keep just ignoring that. And this is a big one for ignoring that. Because Rock is absolutely okay with playing dirty if he's gonna actually just illegally change contracts.
You're hired, fella, if you want the job.
Excuse me?
Course, I gotta kick that offer down the line a bit. I don't have the funds to pay you yet. But once I buy the rights to the steam engine from Mr. Rock, you've got a place working for me.
What a joke. You don't really believe you can produce 80 billion, do you?
Who knows for sure? Still, I believe I can do it.
I believe.
In the end, a person can't achieve nothing unless they got faith in themselves. You're a man of unnatural tenacity. That's a talent. You'd make a good worker for sure. Just you wait a little while, Thurston. I promise the day'll come when I can give you a job.
I admit defeat.
You have a risk-friendly approach to life, don't you? I don't doubt you'd hire anyone off the street, no matter their credentials or background.
Everyone's got a job they're suited for. Only problem's figuring out what that is. Oh, by the by, I came to let you know how the store's doing.
Oh? I've been eagerly awaiting news. How's business?
Try to keep your socks on, but...
I thought he was going to yell out, business is booming. With big emphasis on booming.
Huh.
Feast your eyes on this. A genuine clock bank pocket watch.
As part of our opening sale, we're offering 2 for the price of 1. Act now, they're going fast.
I'll take one.
Oh, me too, me too!
This deal's gonna bankrupt me, but what the hey? Go on and take it, you thieves.
Oh, my. This energy, this verve. Wellgrove has returned to the hustle and bustle of better days. What magic did you work to achieve this, Particio?
Simple. First magic spell was a simple policy. Sell high-quality goods on the cheap. By centralizing the destination for our suppliers, that's this place, we simplify logistics and enable transportation en masse. That lowers the cost of said transport, meaning we can sell better goods for cheaper. Spell number 2, this department store itself. The convenience of having all these goods in one place means people stop by loads of stores and buy more.
He made Walmart. He didn't really, though. That's the thing. So, these are all independent merchants. This is just a fucking marketplace. This is straight up just a market square, except it's inside. So I guess it's like a strip mall or something, as Americans would call it. These are a bunch of independent merchants who were just in the same building.
In short, we built the place so lots of folks can and want to shop here. That's bound to make it livelier than a rodeo.
He's not even their boss. He just organized it. But he keeps saying that he's the boss, but he's not the boss. Like, he's actually not the boss. These are just merchants that were previously outside, and he said to go inside instead. So you're all in the same place. And then he, like, coerced some other merchants to come here from other towns. Which is bad for the other towns. But good for this one, I guess, which means he gets his 80 billion. But it's just like, Like, he literally just made a marketplace that's inside. That's all he did. There is nothing unique about a marketplace in this universe. But they're treating it like it's this crazy new thing by putting markets inside buildings.
These 2 simple ideas are what's generating all that energy. That and a dash of passion.
I wish my father could have been here to see this. Thank you, Particio. This more than proves your worth. As promised, here is my end of the bargain. 80 billion leaves.
I wonder if it's possible to have 80 billion leaves, just like in your inventory. I don't know what the money cap is, because I've got tons of money. But I wonder if it would be possible to actually just like grind out or cheat 80 billion leaves and do the quest and see if there's like a dialogue change. I mean, there's no fucking way there'd be a dialogue change. It's Octopath. There's no way there'd be a dialogue change. But it's like, oh, you need 80 billion? Sure, here you go. 999 million? Yeah, maybe.
What's this little thing?
A check. A promissory note that you can exchange for legal tender. I figured it would be rather hard to carry around 80 billion in coin.
Oh, good point, I guess.
Yeah, actually, how am I carrying around all my money?
If you are dissatisfied, I can throw some silk into the bargain.
Please, that's disgusting. That was actually super awkward. Earlier on, before you realize this guy was Auron, he's like, man, that Auron guy, he's like super fancy. I hear he wipes his ass with silk. And Particio's like, man, can I buy some of that silk? I don't care if it's used or not. And it's like, what the fuck? Did you really just say you wanted to buy someone's used toilet paper? There was nothing not weird about that conversation. Like, I think it's just meant to be a joke, but it's so weird. Especially considering that they're practically strangers at that point. He didn't even know who he was.
No, I trust you at your word, Elrond. Oh, right. We should draw up a contract for this loan. Promise that I'll pay you back.
Not necessary. You've already given me a down payment.
But that's just my calling card. A single silver leaf.
Indubitably. This is a symbol. A promise that no mere paper can equal.
Elrond. Alrighty then. Time to swing on over to Mr. Rock's place and buy up that steam engine.
If I may ask, do you really intend to sign a deal with Rock? I do not expect a businessman of his caliber to simply hand over the steam engine willingly.
What is Cup doing up? Spamming that pop emote. That's what Cup's doing up. I mean, you're right, like, it's still valuable. It's not, it doesn't make it not weird though, right? It does not make it not weird.
A word of warning. Do not trust that man, Particio.
Get those cheek wiping silk sheets.
You would do well to ponder how he will react to your proposal and plan accordingly.
Thanks for the warning, Elrond. Much appreciated.
Particio? Hello there!
Yeah! Ori! Oh, seriously, where do you keep coming from?
Not important. Have I got a scoop for you? Magnate Rock has released a proclamation.
My artistic titty VTube. I mean, I don't think I want tasteful nudity VTube model for myself, you know? If other people want to do that, by all means. But I mean, why can't you have artistic, tastefully twerking VTube model instead? Only tastefully twerking on a stripper pole, though.
A big announcement is coming regarding the steam engine. Massive, earth-shaking!
Suspicious timing. Wonder what he's up to. Hope he didn't get tired of waiting for me and made some wild play while I was out beating the bushes.
Beating the bushes.
Yeah, might as well head on over and see what all the fuss is about.
Wait a sec. Does that mean you've collected the dough?
Disabling thumbnails is actually kind of bad, though. That's the thing. Because, like, a lot of the time... So, because art is such a broad subject, you kind of do, like, want to look at the thumbnail to get an idea of what they're doing. Obviously, people can have, like, descriptions of what they're doing as a title, but a lot of the time, I would say a good majority of the time, people don't really actually have it in their title. Or if they do, they also have some other bullshit in there, like a joke title. And that's enough, right? Actually, I wouldn't say most of the time. Like, I would say a good half of the time, maybe. Like, people have got like a joke title, and it's not actually related to what they're doing. It'll just be a joke. And that's fine. But if you don't have a thumbnail, you can't really do that. And if you go, yeah, like most of the time I go through the thumbnail as well. So like if I'm scrolling down through art and I wanted to watch someone drawing, I mean, I haven't really done this in a long time. I used to do it more often, back when Blur used to stream more. I would like watch some comfy art streams sometimes. But I would scroll down, I would specifically look for someone who's drawing, usually. Because there are other people who are doing like models or something like that. Or animation. And I don't really want to watch that. So it's like finding the right stream would actually be kind of annoying if I didn't have thumbnails for that. I would have to like read all the titles and then go into heaps of streams and try and find it. And it's not like that's like an impossible hurdle or something. But that would be pretty annoying. That would not be a good solution. It would be a solution, but it wouldn't be a good one.
You could say that.
Big scoops are falling from the sky today! Wait until my brother hears about this.
A naked fox lady, yep.
I believed in you from the start, Particio.
I saw several of those in the art category yesterday. Maybe after stream I'll go into the art category again to see if it's all the same, you know? Get those personas up in here. I mean, it would make very little difference to me because my title is almost exclusively just the game I'm playing and the amount of sessions in I am. Sometimes I'll have other stuff in there too, but usually it's just that. But still, depending on the game, you might be able to immediately tell whether you're interested or not. It's like, you know, looking at a speedrun that like is very reset heavy. Like, say for example, watching a Pokemon speedrun. So I like watching a Pokemon speedrun from time to time, but I am only going to go into a Pokemon speedrun stream if they are already at least 10 minutes into the run. That's it. And if I look at the thumbnail and I see that it's not 10 minutes, I'm probably not going in there. Because it will take them 100 fucking resets to get one run past 10 minutes. Once they get past 10 minutes though, that run's gonna go for a long ass time. But I do not want to watch someone reset over and over and over and over and over again, trying to get the correct starter. Like, no, dude, no, I don't want to watch that. Yeah, the solution would be to do that.
Finished yet.
The solution is definitely to do that so you can filter things. But that is also a pain to filter things. But also, no one's gonna fucking do that. Honestly, no one is going to do that. They would have to like heavily moderate it and enforce it for people to care. And even then, what would be more likely to happen is people wouldn't do it and they would just not get penalized for quite a while until eventually they get enough reports for them to get penalized for it. So it would just be like, it's still there. And yeah, people will be getting temp bans and like slapped on the wrist for not tagging themselves correctly. But like, yeah, they won't. They fucking won't. You know what the penalty for? You know what the penalty for cam girls not flagging themselves as sexual content is? They get temporarily forced to have the tag, even when they are not doing sexual content stuff. If they went and did a video game thing, that's the penalty. It's to get temporarily force flagged. Not a ban, not any kind of deduction. They temporarily don't have to do their own job.
The proclamation will be made on Rock's very own private island, Rock Island. It's private property, so there are no ferries. You need a ship to get there.
Well, I already got my own vessel. It's a fine vessel, too. Purchased fair and square from Terra.
Because everyone knows who Terry is. Like, they would need to have a hefty penalty for it, for sure. But that would mean they need to actually moderate it. That's the thing. They would need to actually moderate it. And they wouldn't. They're not gonna do. They don't do that shit. as far as I'm aware, moderation is partially automated. Like, so like, if a channel gets enough reports, it'll get temporarily banned automatically, and then it'll get reviewed. But if it's not a small streamer that gets a bunch of reports out of nowhere, they're probably not watching at all. So they'll watch the bigger streamers. Like, the biggest streamers have got like a dedicated like Twitch staff guy that will be watching. But that's the biggest streamer. That's like multiple thousand viewers kind of streamers. And smaller streamers absolutely do not have that. Yeah, Twitch does not it's kind of unreasonable to expect them to, though, as well. They would have to hire so many fucking people to be dedicated moderators, which would be insane. I mean, obviously they could, it's within their means, it's fucking Amazon, but they're not gonna do that. And I think it's unreasonable to expect them to. But I think it's also unreasonable to expect everyone to moderate themselves. Like, you gotta find some kind of middle ground. Yeah, I mean, the rules are also intentionally super vague in many things, just so they can literally just be like, oh, I don't like you, you got banned, I'm not going to tell you why. That has happened a lot. That's happened a lot. Far more than it should have, that's for sure. It's like one of the biggest complaints that people have. It's lack of transparency.
Rock Island, here I am. Thanks, Elrond. I would have never been able to make a deal this big without your help. Hang on to your britches, Mr. Rock. Because I'm bringing you 80 billion reasons to make good on our deal.
It's actually kind of crazy. Like, some people who have got away with a slap on the wrist over and over and over again, like multiple times, for doing like very obvious, really bad against TOS bullshit, like many, many times over. But then they just keep getting unbanned and unbanned and unbanned. And then other people will do like one thing that's like one time, like straight up one time, that's kind of bad. Like against TOS, like they deserve to be penalized, but they've done something that's kind of bad. And they got permanent ban, that's it. No questions asked, you're out, fuck you. And it's like, wow. That's capitalism? Yeah, kind of. That's another thing entirely. A certain type of favoritism.
Perfect. All the preparations for mass production are complete.
I'm not even talking about sex cells there, funnily enough.
The steam engine won't just move machinery. It'll move the world. And the only person worthy of owning it is me.
Coffee cells. Well, it'll be coffee time soon.
Porticio. I cannot. I will not let you have it.
Well, that's the thing. He's already made a binding contract saying that I can purchase it from him for this amount. And I have the correct amount. Is he going to do illegal shit again?
The
Butt
steam
plugs do
engine
so.
belongs to me. And so too does the world. It's time.
But Brew could just say that he's using a butt plug, Cup Noodles. If you know what, I'll tell you, I'll use a butt plug if you give me 100k bits. I mean, you won't be able to confirm it. I can't show my anus on stream, but I can tell you that I'm using it. Artistic, tasteful butt plug, yeah. I feel like, you know, spreading your cheeks to show that you have a butt plug in there is gonna be against TOS. Tasteful nudity rules or no, I feel like that probably qualifies as too sexual. Give it a few months, and it'll be acceptable. Just give it a few months, and it will be totally A-okay with
Rock
Twitch
certainly
TOS.
set a grand stage. I wonder what the big announcement is.
He's already rich enough to buy whole islands. What's he planning on buying next? A country?
No idea. But I won't miss this for the world.
Oh, I like the feel of this. Tension's building and energy's crackling through the air. Guess this is where I enter the announcement celebration.
Papers, please.
Huh? Papers?
No papers, no entry, no exceptions. Out with you.
Hey, hold on. Rats. All the excitement's inside and I'm stuck out here.
Well, what do we have here, if it isn't Partitio? I'm glad to see that you made it safe and sound.
Ori, what impeccable timing.
Nah? Why's that? Have some sort of sensational story to spill?
No, I don't got no stories, nor past to get into this shindig either.
A boob cake. Sounds interesting.
Ah, you're looking for a pass, huh? Truth is, I couldn't get one either.
That's so.
But have no fear.
Steal
I know
one.
a hidden back route that'll get us into the event for sure.
Really?
Never underestimate a scrivener. So, what are we waiting for? Come on!
I don't know how I didn't loot this chest before. Yeah, I mean, the story is absolutely not the strong point. It's a big, fun RPG sandbox. That's the strong point. The stories are okay. There's been some unexpected twists.
I never would have noticed this little passageway. How'd you know about this?
That's confidential. Come on, let's get to sneaking.
The story or the gameplay? The gameplay, I would say, is better, only because the characters are a little bit more balanced. There are ups and downs as to why one would be better than the other. I would say this one's overall better for just raw gameplay. Story, they're pretty much the same, honestly. It's fully voiced, which is nice. There has been more unexpected twists in this one, but that's a low bar. I haven't actually done all the stories.
You made it!
I
The event's
know.
being held just past here.
I know some people really like 2 of the characters that I haven't done. Also, Era with the double gift sub. Thank you very much, Era. To Zayla and to Raijin. Thank you, Era. I really appreciate that. I don't know if Zayla or Raijin are about, but if you are, enjoy your emotes. Still like Octopath 1 more? I mean, there are ups and downs. Like, the thing is with Octopath 1 is that the base classes are stronger. Whereas in this, the base classes are kind of meh, except for when they are being used by the person who comes with that class. So, like, the base dancer is great because she gets 2 unique dancer abilities. But the other characters don't get those 2 unique abilities if they have dancer. Whereas in the first game, there was none of that. Those 2 unique abilities were just tied to dancer. They didn't need it. I mean, granted, also, the classes have kind of been changed in what they do. They're not exactly the same as in the first game. Sometimes good, sometimes bad, that it's like that. But the characters' individual skills as well, their unique skill, has also been greatly improved on for some of the characters. Because, like, some of the characters didn't fucking have one. Or at least they didn't have one that mattered. Like, Therion's one was that he could steal and that he could unlock chests on the field. And, like, Ulbricht's one was that his defend command was better, basically. So it was just, well, it's like it could be better. You could spend BP to make his defend better. But now, like, the warrior is also a blue mage, and that makes him, like, automatically very versatile and stuff like that. Like, the characters individually can be better besides just whatever their base class is. Like, the best 2 characters in the first game are just Harnett and Ulbricht because they have high attack rating, their base classes are good, and if you give them Weapon Master, they're godlike. It's as simple as that. Like, the passives don't fucking matter. The other one that matters, like, the only unique character ability that matters is Mix. That's it. Nothing else matters. Have a good one, Celine. Rest well. Rest better than I did. The 25% discount doesn't apply to gift sub? Wait, really? I didn't know that. I saw that there was the 25% discount thing for, like, bits and subs, something like that. I don't know what the deal is. I didn't actually read it. I saw the pop-up and didn't really read it. I actually assumed it was for all gifts. Sorry, all subs. I think, so there was that one year, like a few years ago, they did a thing with gift subs. It was all subs, where 50% off or like 25 or 30% off or something. Like, all subs, gift subs, and regular subs were heavily discounted. And the discount, like, you know, that discount did not come out of the streamer's pocket. It came out of Twitch's pocket. So, you know, for a month they lost out a little bit of money. I mean, they still made money. They didn't, like, lose money on subs. They just didn't get as much. But, like, you know, people went fucking crazy spamming gift subs. And I guess, you know, they lost more money. They lost more potential money than they could have made, you know, if they were getting all that 50%. So now when they're doing, like, sub discounts and stuff like that, they seem to only do it for personal subs. So they'll do things like, if you do a 6-month sub, you'll get a discount. But they won't give you a discount for just gifting subs unless it's only like 10%. Get more bits if I made a bit emote? I had some bit emotes, but I just moved them into regular sub emotes to make them more accessible to people. I have got so many empty slots. I have so many empty slots. I need to fill them. I mean, someone actually, Two Dance is making some emotes for me. So I'll have some stuff there. But, like, I also need ideas for emotes. So just, like, that I need someone to make them. Because, I mean, I do need people to make them. But, like, I need ideas for emotes, honestly. It's kind of difficult as well, not having a mascot.
This is Mr. Rock's base operations, huh?
Having your face is good for that? I mean, it can be. I actually prefer if people have a mascot than just using their face. Like, it can be good, but the problem with face emotes is that, like, unless you've got like a really unique face or something, like I don't know, you got like you got really distinguishing features. It's kind of hard for face emotes to look unique to me because you know a lot of emotes like they look like they're very small. Like it's hard to identify them at a glance, right? They need to have something distinguishing about them. Like I don't know, it's like if someone had like tattoos all over their face, that's like wow, that stands out, right? But otherwise, it's kind of like that's another face emote. Let's look at who that is, kind of thing. Do you have distinguishing features? I would say not really. I mean, actually, you do have long hair, which most face emotes don't have, I find. That would be the most distinguishing thing. Because like, you know, there's 1,000 dudes out there that have got emotes of their face and it's just a dude with a beard and glasses. Not that that's a bad thing. Like that isn't a bad thing, but that's why it's like having, you know, your mascot is a Moogle, just a standard Final Fantasy Moogle, right? If a standard Final Fantasy Moogle was your mascot, you are in the same boat as 500,000 other people. And that isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it certainly doesn't stand out. That depends on whether you want your emotes to stand out, I guess. I mean, personally, I kind of prefer my emotes to not be just literally someone else's emote, but I mean, it's obviously going to happen. And sometimes, like, there are commonly used emotes, like, say, thinking emoji, that I use so much that I would like to have my own carbon copy of it, or like KEKW or something like that. But emotes are hard. Unique emotes are even harder.
Hey, what are you doing over there?
Yeah, I mean, so many emotes people never use. That's also a thing, though, but like, emotes people never use usually is like emotes that have just fallen out of favor because people get bored with them. It's like Kappa, honestly. Kappa used to be spammed so fucking hard all the time, and it just fell out of favor, you know? It's old. It's old. Kappa outdated. Whatever that old copy pasta was. I usually use one hand instead of Kappa. There's a lot of there is a lot of emotes, like especially globals, that never get used. I think one hand is a great emote. I actually really like that emote. It's such a good kind of cheeky, not just blatantly shit-eating grin, sarcastic. It's ambiguous enough that it's applicable to a few things, but it works quite well for sarcasm. Animated emotes, yeah, It depends for me. Depends. But yeah, like a hypers emote would be good, I suppose. But I need a like honestly, I need like some kind of mascot or something because otherwise I have to like think of a different character or a different thing to chuck a thing on like every time, right? Because like several of my emotes are just different characters or pets from FF14 or from games randomly.
Shoot, we've been caught red-handed.
A frog? Because I like frogs so much. I mean, I did actually consider just cropping the, not that I have Photoshop to be able to crop random shit, but yeah, concern frog, like that concern frog. Um, but like what, I guess you could like make a Namazu into that, right? But, it's kind of hard to, I don't know, think of who to put into these. But yeah, I don't know, because I mean that is one that I use all the time. Concern Frog is probably my favorite emote. And it's not even a global or anything, it's just an FFZ or a BTTV emote.
Particio, leave these guards to me.
Ori, what are you planning?
I'm glad we met, Particio. It's been a riot. I've encountered many sorts in my days, Particio, but never anyone like you.
But yeah, I considered getting the, that is a really good one too. There's some other really good ones too. Like there's a congregation one as well. Like there are some really good, underutilized, like BTTV ones too. But the, It's Wednesday, my dude's frog. I forget what that kind of frog is called. Or like the Yee emote. Like, there's lots of like random like BTTV emotes which I like and could use, but at the same time like they already exist as BTTV emotes, right? So to make it my own, I would need to put some other character over it, and that would make it kind of awkward. Because a lot of the time it doesn't look as good as like the original, and then people would rather use the original instead. I mean, there is merit to it for BTTV emotes because not everyone actually has it, or people on mobile also don't have it. So if you had like a Concern Frog emote that's just an actual sub emote, you can use it and you know that everyone can see it always, and that is good. So I think the best emotes to imitate are absolutely like BTTV ones, the non-global ones. With data, a good old data, ever popular. I did actually consider like looking into doing like just a Moogle, like I was saying, is not great before, but specifically Crystal Chronicles Moogles, because they look quite different to regular Moogles, because they're basically big furry basketballs with no arms, but it would be really difficult to do anything but just facial expressions with them, because they don't have hands, they don't have arms. Crystal Chronicles Moogle would be good for that one. Well, that's the thing. It would be hard because they don't really have any shape to their face. It's just a lump. So they couldn't really have that, that like defined head like it has a neck kind of thing, because they don't have a neck. They straight up do not have a neck. They are a ball with a lump that is actually their face coming out of the top, and they have no arms. Like a Stiltskin emote of some variety, because Stiltskin is my my display picture, my avatar. FFT emotes. Yeah, I mean FFT has got a lot of usable faces, that's for sure.
I wish I had a lifetime to report on your shenanigans and cover the story of how you'll undoubtedly make the world a better place.
A lot of games have also got like, especially like PS1 JRPGs, where they have like character portraits that show expressions when they're talking. Like Grandia is a goldmine for it, but lots of games are pretty good for it. Like, I think Xenogears did it too. So like when characters are talking, obviously they act out the scene in field as well, but they have portraits that show facial expressions when they're talking to kind of add a little bit more context. And sometimes those portraits have got really good expressions that would be excellent for emotes. Like I've got a handful of them in FFZ, like these ones. Actually, hang on a second, I've only got one enabled now. I must have disabled the other ones. But like this one, for example, that is just one of Fina's portraits when she's talking in Grandia. There's a bunch of them though that are actually really good. I think the person who made that one, Cloudian MH, actually has cropped a bunch of them to be FFZ emotes. And I've seen a few people actually have them as well. Like I know one person who had a bunch of Gadwin faces.
But it seems like our paths part here. Go on. The world's counting on you.
There are lots of good ones.
Ori!
Like, lots of games have got that, especially like PS1, PS2 era JRPGs, specifically JRPGs, where they would have the portraits come up to show expressions, but just a portrait. This is before the era of the visual novel, where they would just have like full pinups of characters come onto the screen left and right to talk and do scenes with nothing being acted out on the field. Because this specifically pertains to the games where they had their characters acting out on the field what was happening in the scene, but they would have only a portrait, only their face showing up. And it works so well specifically for those, because the faces are made really expressive because that's the only thing that's there.
Go, Particio, and don't look back.
Oh, heck.
They're gonna beat the shit out of that kid, by the way. They're gonna beat the shit out of that kid.
Miss?
It hurts. Ow, ow, ow. My tummy. Oh, the agony.
Are you fucking serious?
Hey, are you all right?
I'm so sorry. Tomorrow's headline was supposed to read, Lady Luck smiles on Rock's big announcement. But it looks like I can't write that story anymore. Oh, the pain. Oh, the humanity.
I do like that emote, yeah. Add 1 of 80. The only thing is, if you don't have Twitch in dark mode, it doesn't read very well.
This isn't good. Let's get her out of here and to an apothecary.
I mean, you can see it in light mode. It just doesn't read as well. Yeah, I don't like dark mode. Because Twitch never used to have dark mode. And I got used to having it in light mode, but also I typically sit in a well-lit room, or at least a moderately well-lit room. So I generally, I don't care that this thing is white. Most things in Windows tended to be white until Windows 10. Unless you specifically change settings, and they weren't always there. So honestly, I am just used to Windows being, most things being opened, just being white. You open up a folder, it's probably white. Based Legend. I mean, dark mode is a pretty recent thing. If you wanted to have that, even a few years ago, I think you needed plugins. They made it baseline because it was popular in BTTV, I believe. But yeah, the reason people generally like dark mode is because they sit in a fucking dark basement.
Mr. Rock, sir!
But I don't sit in a dark basement. I'm in my room, and the light's on, so I don't, it don't hurt my eyes if something is bright.
What's this big announcement regarding the steam engine?
What sort of surprise do you have for us? The world wants to know.
Quiet, please, everyone. I guarantee you'll want to catch my every word, for the announcement I'm about to make describes a new business model that will revolutionize the world.
All right. Revolutionize the world.
Time to clean up the filth.
I won't. Soul get who's next? I still have much
Are they
to learn.
really not weak to spear or sword? It's actually pretty unusual. I've got so many soul stones now that I don't need them. They're so good for killing Kates, but I am so far beyond needing them to kill Kates. Also, what the fuck are those
Here I
things? Ocean Lizard King. Okay.
Keep my friends. I've got it. For the pride of Ku.
Yep, dragon things. The D&D fans will get mad about calling that a dragon. It's not big enough. You see how it's got wings, but doesn't have, like, huge arms as well? It's not a dragon. D&D says it's not a dragon.
When I was younger, I worked for a time in the silver trade.
Good old
Mining
D&D fans.
silver out of the cold, hard earth.
I better listen to this guy's monologue, though.
Strenuous and back-breaking labor. We dig tunnels deep into the bedrock, only to strike sources of subterranean water that would flood the mines and impede progress. What do you think we did when that happened? Huh? Why, we went down there with simple buckets, scooping it out pail by heavy pail. The work was arduous, grueling, hard enough to make a miner spit blood. How pitiful is that? A merchant is a trader, a person who buys and sells goods. Ergo, my fingers were made to be stained with ink, not blood. I despise inefficiency in all its forms, no matter where it may manifest. Luckily, that's all in the past for me. I can look back at those days and laugh.
Oh. That's it, I guess. Kind of weird that you have to sit there and wait. At least I think you would, because if you go through that door, it's totally going to, it's totally going to cancel it. Damn.
Now, I won't. Who's next? There's no need for flattery.
Not big enough to be a dragon, it's just an agon. Just drag.
Time to clean up the filth.
Man, what's this guy called? Rogue's God. Sorry, Rock.
I still have much to learn.
But I think that's actually probably where I'm meant to go.
Let the show begin.
Prepare. I won't be a soldier. Time to strike. Who's next? There's no need for flattery. It'll
Kinda
rest
curious
my
how
soul.
tough Rock's gonna be to fight. Oh, damn it, that is the way to go. God damn it.
Let's play.
No.
Now it
Flee.
begins.
Let's flee. Mechanical bow. That sucks.
dance?
Oh, they were weak to spear. Oh, at least that one was.
You're too kind. All right.
My turn. You're in for it good. I still have much to
Killed
learn.
him too quickly, so I didn't actually get to hit him with all the weapons to reveal weaknesses. Not that it matters. Just kind of like doing it. Alright. He doesn't have anything to say to me.
Now, I am sure everyone here can wax poetic about some onerous task that plagues them. As journalists, you must know that when newspapers first appeared, they were handwritten. Page by page, line by line, diligent writers would scratch ink onto paper. The supply of skilled hands could never meet demand. What about now, All a journalist need do is pen one page. And the printing press will be your draft horse, outputting finished product in perpetuity. You can simply lean back and sip coffee, watching gratefully as automated work is done for you.
Hey, Pop. How's it going?
How has that been made possible? Why, through the amazing power of steam. The steam engine has revolutionized every industry under the sun. Its invention has allowed humanity to make a historical step forward.
Thank you, Gavin. Yep.
But history never stops, and neither will progress. Thanks to our newest product, the Neo Steam Engine.
No animation for it, so they just make the screen flash white.
Mr. Rock, can you give us details?
This steam engine utilizes an entirely new manufacturing process to simplify production. This has made it possible for us to mass produce these devices for widespread use. So with that, I would like to make an official announcement. The Neo Steam Engine is now for sale to an exclusive market of world governments and wealthy and aristocratic families. The steam engine has revolutionized industry. It has created massive quantities of untold wealth. Ponder this truth. The more steam engines you own, the more wealth you will amass. With this, our world civilizations will surely advance by leaps and bounds. And it's all thanks to us, the Rock Company.
Hold your horses.
Particio. What are you doing here? This is no place for your tomfoolery.
Now, Mr. Rock. I hope you hadn't forgotten our deal. I've come to make a purchase. My hard-earned money for the rights to your steam engine.
What's this? This strange man says he's buying the steam engine?
What?
Who is that man? Does anyone know?
I'm Particio Yellowwill. That's the name of the man who's gonna change the world. Remember it.
What?
Come on, Mr. Rock. We had a contract, an agreement.
Does that mean you've acquired all the requisite money, Partitio?
You bet I did. I said I would, and I always keep my word. This here is a promissory note worth exactly 80 billion leaves, issued by the noble Elrond himself.
The Elrond?
Mr. Partitio, let us see that.
Yes, let me look at that $80 billion you're carrying. Let me look at it with my hands. I promise I won't steal it.
Now, no pushing. Easy there, friends.
He just shows it.
Well, Mr. Rock, this is the genuine article, complete with Elrond's signature.
You're still so naive, Partitio.
Huh?
Here's a piece of advice from someone who's made more deals than there are stars in the sky. Never put your faith in anything except yourself and hard currency. How do you propose to prove that signature is genuine? Even if you could prove it, what guarantee do you have that said Elrond will even issue the money? In my experience, I can assure you, you hold nothing but empty promises in your hands. In short, I cannot accept this. In fact, I cannot and will not accept anything but tangible currency.
Huh. So that's your ploy.
Come back when you've got the funds in hand, Partitio. Of course, by that time, you won't have any right to purchase anything from me.
Darn you, Mr. Rock. You never had any intention of...
What? The guy who literally illegally scammed me out of millions of dollars and crashed my town? He lied? Wow!
That's enough. Rock Brilliant, I'd like a word.
I know that voice.
Oh my god, it's Elrond!
Hello there, Partitio. How's business? I, the great Elrond, have come here to bear witness to the deal of the century. I've brought a little something with me as well.
Sir, please try to maintain at least some semblance of dignity.
Sorry, no can do, Misha.
Elrond!
Did he say Elrond? Can that really be him?
One god, just chilling there. $80 million just on the ground in big old sacks. And they got one god, just like he has one god on his giant mansion that doesn't even have a locked door or a locked gate. Well, this one god got his ass beat by a random disgruntled employee in the previous chapter, so he isn't ready for shit. You did indeed, Sailor. You did indeed. Enjoy your emails.
Explain yourself. I did not invite you to this gathering.
My deepest apologies for the intrusion, my good fellow. I anticipated your apprehension to finalizing a deal involving such colossal sums. So in an effort to prove the sincerity of my good friend Partitio's offer, I brought the payment in full.
Wait a minute.
80 billion leaves in a few sacks? Impossible!
Of course, these alone couldn't hold that tidy of a sum. You'll find the rest in this ship's hold. It was such a heavy cargo, I feared my vessel would flounder on the waves.
Elrond.
Hope there's no pirates in this universe.
I, too, have met many sorts of people in my life. That experience gives me confidence in this declaration. 80 billion leaves is pocket change compared to Particio's worth. I swear this on the Rondwell family honor. I hereby entrust this fortune of 80 billion to the man you see here before you, Particio.
Master Elrond, please. You're making a scene.
That's the point.
Sorry, Misha, but that's what I'm here to do.
Thank you kindly, Elrond.
I finally managed to shake him. I just hope Particio's doing what he came here for. Wait a second. That's Elrond. Did he actually bring all 80 billion?
I like how she's pointing in the completely wrong direction. Well, not completely wrong direction, but she is not pointing at Elrond because of how sprites work in this game.
Of all the hell-brained, impossible schemes, you expect me to believe you've brought such an unreasonable sum?
Count it.
You wound me, sir. Do you doubt the honor of the Rondwell family?
This is wild! I can't believe what I'm seeing!
This story will sell loads for sure.
We've got a contract and a whole crowd of witnesses. You don't have a foot left to stand on. Time to make good on our deal, Mr. Rock.
I have to actually do the interaction. Wait, can I rob him? Yeah, he's cheap. Hire for cheap. Wow. Hang on a second.
I have...
Kind of funny that you get hire for cheap on this island from him. Also, theme song. Epic Sax Guy. There it is. I mean, the cap actually is high enough to be able to have 80 billion. It actually puts it in your inventory. So, I wonder what would happen, you know. I would assume there would be nothing, right? But, like, if you actually just had 80 billion, if you just had it, if it would change any dialogue in Chapter 2, right? You encounter him and just be like, oh, you want 80 billion? Sure, here you go. I just happen to be carrying it. I mean, why would he care, though?
that.
Like, 80 billion is an absolutely insanely absurd amount of money. Would he really care about his plans if you got that much money? Like, yeah, sure, there are things that I would rather not part with, but, like, it's like, you know, if you owned a small business that you really liked, you know? If someone offered you $1 billion for it, like, suddenly, that's it. That's fuck you money for you and your family. Like, that's it. Like, you can do whatever the fuck you want now. Do you really care? Money is all that matters for him, though. That's his stick. All he cares about is money. And not only that, all he cares about is money and only the right people having money. Only rich people are allowed to have money. Only the already rich are allowed to make more money. That's his thing. And that he's the richest in the whatever of all of them, so he should be the one to rule the world because money.
I've purchased the rights to your steam engine, fair and square.
He's gonna do something dramatic like rip up whatever and be like, it's free to use for everyone now.
Incredible.
He's actually a fucking terrible merchant. He is a terrible merchant. He basically just doles out tons of charity. He does everything for random people out of pocket, gets none of that money back, and everything he does, like basically every chapter he just loses money.
Ridiculous. What a load of ridiculous, spurious, asinine drivel. 80 billion leaves? A pittance. This steam engine will change the world. It's priceless. It has the power to mass-produce commodities and transport them in bulk to every corner of the globe. Do you realize just how momentous an effect that will have on the global economy, on history itself? But even that is only a fraction of its power. It can be turned to military uses, transforming the weak into the strong in the blink of an eye. The steam engine will metamorphose the very shape of warfare. I cannot sanction this deal. This transaction is null and void.
Null and void? A contract you signed with your own hands?
Mr. Rock, isn't that a breach of your sacred trust?
I mean, he literally did that in chapter 1. This is the first thing he fucking did. He legally edited a contract after it had been signed and scammed a bunch of people. And they just forget this happened. I don't know why. They made a point of doing that in chapter 1, and then, for the rest of it, they make a point of never mentioning it ever again, and being like, well, you know, to beat the devil at his game, you have to, like, you know, beat him at business and make him actually agree to go through with a contract that he didn't think he would have to, or something. Like, they're trying to do the whole devil's game thing. But he actually just cheated. So it's not even that. Like, he's totally down to cheat. Why is this surprising?
This ceremony is over. I have no more comments. None.
Explain yourself, Mr. Rock.
Silence!
Dr. Zaius?
Silence, blathering buffoons! I demand silence!
This victory is yours, Particio.
Mr. Rock.
I guess I gotta finish the chapter to rob those two. Okay, now this will be the boss fight in here.
Huh. He locked the door. Hmm? What's that sound? Run! Get away from here!
It'll be a tank. He's gonna gonna try and kill everyone.
That was close. What in tarnation's that?
What in tarnation? We're gonna fight the monorail. It's not even a tank, it's a train. We are fighting the monorail.
Here's a story for all you little buzzing flies.
We're actually fighting the monorail.
Behold, the pinnacle of the Rock Company's technological wizardry! Steam Tank Obsidian! Though I've been forced to unveil it earlier than planned, I think the time is right for a little demonstration.
Run! All of you! If you value your lives!
Shoot them all. I want to see a bloodbath.
Ori, what are you doing? Run! Get going!
But I smell a scoop!
Can't publish a headline if you're dead, Scrivener.
Gonna suplex it? I wish. I don't have a suplexer, unfortunately. How's it going, Cube Dude? I can kick it.
You're right, Particio. Thank you for talking sense into me.
There's no monk class, unfortunately.
No, thank you for all you've done for me. Now, go on and write a good old story about this.
It's so nice that Rock is just patiently waiting for them to have their conversation. He's like, oh, I'm gonna kill you all with this giant death cannon that I just brought out here. Time to just wait for you to all have a nice, pleasant conversation about why you really should, you know, escape with your life and leave this to me, and you know, not everything is about your best scoop and blah blah blah. And he's just chilling with his cane, blinking, waiting for them to end their conversation. Everyone's polite in Japan.
Mr. Rock, it's finally time for a heart-to-heart.
But this is like not Europe TM. And not Japan TM is actually on the border of not Texas TM.
I was right about you all along. You're a first-rate merchant. In every way except one.
Yeah? And what's that?
Things of value are not meant to be shared with the world. They're meant to be hoarded by those who deserve them. Only then can their true value be achieved.
Theme
You
song
know
kicks
what,
in.
Mr. Rock? I still admire you. Only a man like you can make something as wild as this steam tank here. Nevertheless, I still can't find it in me to agree with you. So let's settle things once and for all. I'll make you honor our contract like any good merchant would.
With violence. And that's what I'm talking about.
I agree. Let's settle this dispute. Fight me, Particio. I swear I'll pummel capitalist common sense through your thick skull once and for all.
That's a good line. I swear I'll pummel capitalist common sense through your thick skull. Capitalism, baby.
Well, time to get down to business.
I like the choo-choo as it, like, slowly moves towards you two, though.
Now it begins.
Alright, a lot of units here. A lot of units. What do we got? We've got Glacis Plate, Smokestack, Steam Tank Obsidian, and Cannon. Alright, let's try first, of course. Frenzied Fire. God, that's so fucking loud. Alright, only one part. Well,
What a
technically two
show.
parts. But one part was vulnerable there.
You're too kind.
Time to shine! The winds of favor blow!
Pretty easy this deep in. Oh, kind of. I've got
Prepare
like
yourself.
pretty powerful endgame setups, and this is a very this is like me doing a final chapter of a character for like the 6th time. So like, this is a joke. The first chapter 5 was pretty tough. The second one, not so much. But by the time I've gotten to this point, it's easy. Like, I'm just way too fucking powerful. Because, like, I've got basically endgame setups, straight up endgame setups on everyone.
I won't be afraid. Soul
Oh, damn.
Darn! Hold your horses.
God damn it. Fucking AoE blind. I am fighting a train. I am indeed.
Morgan Vitu.
Thank
Wow, that actually hit really hard. Oh, it can only
Dare
okay.
you.
It hit really hard, but it can only attack once every fucking 3 turns.
You're too kind.
Oh, wow, I think I had nothing.
I can do whatever I set my mind to.
You know what?
Together
This is
now.
super unnecessary, but I'm just
Better safe than
using
sorry.
rehabilitate.
Now it begins.
Book. How much HP is this? Oh, that's one. Damn, that would be really good, actually, if I knew I could trigger that. It looks awesome, it does. How's it going, Cam? This game is very pretty. It is very pretty. I guess I'll just Frenzied Fire again.
How's this?
This misses. Another piece down. Yeah.
Shucks.
That doesn't heal very much. How much does rest heal for him now? That's actually pretty decent.
Now then. Pain, be
Sorry
gone.
about that.
Cleaning time.
Playtime is over.
I mean, I could actually just... Yeah, this was... It's super overkill, but it'll kill the thing.
Here I come.
And now I can...
Allow me.
I do not regret for an instant any of the decisions I've made. Except for one. That's you, Particio.
Suddenly no music.
You were too dangerous of a foe. I should have squashed you when I had the chance. Back when you were withering away with that disgusting little town.
Huh. I'm grateful to you, Mr. Rock. Thanks to you, I experienced abject poverty beyond anything I could have imagined. That's what helped me realize the truth. That things of value, well, they deserve to be shared.
Why is a motivational speech? Just like the other 5 chapters that I did.
I don't yet know just how much of a difference I can make. But I plan to do all I can to share the wealth and help make the world a happier place. That's what being a merchant means to me.
You simple naive, ignorant, foolish, unsophisticated, gullible churl.
Man, that's a string right there. That's a string.
The dream's a fool's errand, Particio. Sell off those useless ideas. Learn from history. No matter the time, place, or era, it is always the wealthy, the powerful, the deserving that define the course of history.
I'm just getting warmed up.
Oh, really? He got his... Did he just get some defense back? Well, whatever, I guess. He's really dead.
I owe you one, Patricia.
What to do?
I want to get a big, you know, chunky hit on him. Oh, the killing blow.
Forgive me.
Like he's gonna be overkilled so fucking hard. He's got defense down. Wait, actually, what I'll do is,
Yeehaw!
Alright, so I don't want to... I mean, actually, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He's gonna die to this turn anyway, so... Hang on a second. Lion dance.
Lion dance!
You're a true friend.
Ready? You're open.
Here I am. I fight for my friends. Axe of the Lion Heart. Who's next?
There's no need for flattery.
That would have one-shot him full HP anyway. I just like killing things with the huge overkill. Yeah, revitalizing Jam from defeating a giant train.
You're finished, Mr. Rock.
This is the first time something's ever slipped through my fingers.
Yeah, if there was some kind of monk class, then maybe you could suplex it. You can do some pretty dumb shit, but you cannot do that.
It was one measly pocket watch that changed my life, you know. I saw it glittering in a shop window one day, and I knew I wanted it more than anything in the world. I spent endless hours working as a bootblack, my hands stained with polish before I finally could afford it.
Wait a minute. So he would have been like a kid at this point, right? And he's like 50. So this is a pocket watch. So, I mean, pocket watches have clearly been around for a long time. And for some reason, Particio, a world-renowned, world-traveling, very experienced merchant, had no idea that pocket watches existed, just like he had no idea that business cards existed for some reason. What is with this shit? What the fuck is the deal with Particio? Somehow he's an expert in everything, yet knows fucking nothing about anything. Like things that he really should know about.
At the moment it was mine, a deep dissatisfaction sprang to life within me. For a new trinket had caught my eye. So I went back to work. I struggled and I acquired. Over and over again I did this. Until one day, I no longer cared how I came by the objects of my desire. By the time I realized I only cared about myself and money, it was too late to turn back.
He's feeling remorse. Oh no.
Mr. Rock. What'd you want so bad that you'd do such vile things to get it?
I don't even remember anymore. Besides, that's all in the past now. My time has come and gone.
Man, why the fuck does he care?
Future belongs to you now, Particio.
He's got whatever his, how much money he had. Like, he's one of the richest and most powerful men in the world. And then he just got an extra 80 billion. Like, he and his entire family for generations to come, if he even has children, which he probably doesn't, are just set. Completely set. Doesn't even matter what the fuck they want to do. They can literally eat a diet exclusively of money. They're not going to run out of money. Like, he's got so much fuck you money, his fuck you money can say fuck you to other fuck you money.
Share your values of sharing value with all. Lead the merchants of this world down a new path. This place is about to collapse. Go, Particio.
But why would the island collapse? It's an island. Doesn't matter if there's an explosion on it. And it wasn't even a big one.
Leave me. I wish to remain and watch it all crumble away.
What? Why would the island sink? It's just an island.
Goodbye, Particio.
It's not even an artificial island or something. Like, it's just an island.
I see.
Skills none.
I think you're misunderstanding me again, Mr. Rock.
Huh?
You're talking big about me leading people and sharing values and whatnot. But that's not how this story goes. Every merchant's got their own ideals and walks their own roads. Of course, not everything's all rainbows and roses. Sometimes people stumble. My goal's only to help them get back up when they fall. Yep, time to hit that dusty trail again.
That went weird. Oh boy, does that sound familiar.
By the by, Mr. Rock, seeing this contraption of yours gave me an idea. After you rest a spell, how about joining me on a new business venture?
You never change, do you?
So how about we make the same thing, but without the cannon?
I've never met a merchant like you. Pap, I've finished most of the measurements.
That's so. Good work. What do you think about it coming through here?
This valley is a detour, and will cut down on speed to boot. Optimal efficiency would be achieved by having the tracks travel straight as an arrow through town.
Whoa, now, that's an urban area. I think the residents will take issue with that.
Then we pay them to move. That 80 billion I'm investing in this venture should be used for something.
Some things can't be bought, Rock. Those are people's homes. They got memories there.
Memories?
Convincing them is your job. You're the one who's deft at tugging people's heartstrings. From a logical perspective, this is win-win. The tracks will raise property values and bring in business. Everyone should benefit from this in the long run.
Everyone, huh? We stood here just like this once, 16 years ago. Remember? Our eyes were shining bright with hope for that silver mine, and we worked like busy little bees.
Yes, that's right. I've remembered something I had long thought forgotten. There is true value in toiling alongside equals, sweating and working for a common cause.
Okay. He really flipped the switch, didn't he?
Of course, the thing that really has me excited is this new business venture of ours.
The times they are a-changing, huh?
Rock, Mr. President, sir.
None of that, Thurston. I'm not your employer anymore. Just a simple consultant.
Ah, right. My apologies.
Come now, let's start off on a new foot. We're colleagues, after all.
Excuse me, sir. A letter from Particio, sir.
Hey, Pops. Sorry, but I can't come home just yet. We're still short on goods and people, and I need to rustle up a whole lot more of both. After all, our new venture is bigger than a Cetus Maximus.
A Cetus Maximus? That's pretty big, brother.
That rapscallion. If he's gonna send a letter, he could at least include some orders from on high.
Now, I see no issue. It's a sign of his trust in us. Besides, I'm sure he's busy out there somewhere wrapping up another business deal. President of Particio and Rock is a busy man, after all.
Particio and Rock. Under Company President Particio, the heavy taxes on the steam engine's use were abolished. In their stead, the company employed the poorest segments of society.
What?
As for the products Rock Brilliant had once monopolized, they were distributed freely to people all around the world.
I don't think the writers, the AI that wrote the stories for this game, I don't think they understand how money and commodities and business and trade and economy works at all. I don't think they have even the slightest hint of an understanding of how trade and money works. And then we gave the other people all the money, and we just printed all the money, and then everyone was a millionaire, and then we eliminated poverty. It's like, yep, that's basically how it goes in this storyline. Yeah, they have an arc saying you shouldn't do that, and taxes are bad.
Another day, another pile of overtime. Are you watching, brother? When I first met him, he handed me a silver coin. He spoke hopefully about a bright future, though I found it difficult at first to believe him. Nevertheless, even now, he's working tirelessly to see his dream fulfilled. An industrial revolution has come and is beginning to change the world.
Hey, you!
guy.
Yeah, sort of, Loza. I mean, I have killed some of them, but... The yellow guy!
Hey there, son. It's been a while.
I forgot this guy's name.
It's been a long trip to get here. My shoes could use a polishing. How about it, for old time's sake?
Sure, you got it. I, read something in a paper I found. It said you're trying to save the world from poverty.
That's right. Things are gonna change if I have my say. The steam locomotive's gonna see to that.
The local what?
It's this big old hunk of iron that can speed all over the continent faster than a horse can gallop. A fella could see the world easy like if he was riding in one of them. Better yet, it'll help facilitate transport and cultural exchange. Everything start growing closer.
Wowee!
Wowee!
You know, I remember you saying you wanted to travel the world. Want a job that'll help make that dream come true?
Hell yeah, child labor. Let's employ this 10-year-old to work in steam engines. Hey kid, would you like to shovel coal?
Yeah! You got yourself a deal, yellow guy.
Get to work, kid. Back to the mines.
That's what I like to hear.
That's actually pretty funny that he tacks out on at the end. Hell yeah, child labor, dude. Beat the angel dancer. I've now only got 2 left. I've got apothecary and priest left. Share SP. All right. I think I will take this chance to go make some coffee. And then I'll get into the next story. So I will be right back. Really glad you didn't get that game? What do you mean you don't like AI generated plot? I'll be right back. Alrighty. I hope you enjoyed that BGM. Second. Alrighty. Travel banter. Alright, so now that I've done Partitios, there's two things I gotta do. One, I guess I'll go over to Ore Rush. What? Is Ore Rush again? Oh, here it is. It's too far south. I bet he'll be here. One, I can get Partitio the fuck out of my party. I gotta find Rock because he'll be robbable now. Actually, you know what? It'll be easier. No natural disasters today. No. All right. Let's see. Rock. Oh right. There's gonna be so many listings under that name. Partitio. Let's search for this. Battle-tested staff is from Rock in Ore's Rush. All right. And the post. All right. So he is here somewhere. I just gotta find him. And I can get Partitio out of the party after I find him. But I do have to find him. Also, how's it going, 9? Now, what the fuck is this guy? Maybe he's only around at 9? Oh, he might be towards the dungeon. I don't know, I'll check the buildings again. That's actually a dungeon though. What the?
Will this...
I have to actually rob the silver coin. He's not there during the day. Where the hell? Where's Rock? Powering necklace, wow. Maybe he's one of these rooms. It's a gift. Huh. Right, you can't actually go into these rooms. Wait, what? Where the fuck is he then? Oh, he's here, only at 9. Thorough appraisal, silver tongue. Right. Oh yeah. So where's the guy? Wow, level 80 to get that. I'm gonna have to actually mug him.
I have...
Where's the guy that has got the EXP buff thing? The EXP, JP, and money buff. I'm gonna have to actually use someone else, so... I have to bring out old Sagey boy. Sorry, Scholar. And Particio is getting he's benched. Sorry, Particio, but you're not seeing the light of day probably until I fight the super boss. Oswald, well, I don't really need him. I probably should have him a merchant for this, but whatever. I don't think it really matters. I'll give him proper equipment. I should probably give him a defense thing, but whatever. Not as fun as using the elemental augmenter, which I have 2 of. I only ever use 1. It is kind of lame how much they nerfed magic in this compared to the first game. He's only 6 strength. What the fuck? 6 strength?
I like my odds. Thinking time. Indulge me for a moment.
Push the dog.
Try again. Now then.
Roar, thunder. Roar, thunder.
Broken.
Feel my wrath.
This is your finished. Study harder. A worthwhile.
$400 elemental attack. Hell yeah. Hey, Elgo. Missed all the action? Well, you didn't miss much, because, I mean, I didn't have... It's like jumping between not having power and not having internet, so... Alright, so I guess next up, I'll do, I guess I'll do Priest 1. What staff weapon do I have for Oswald? At the moment, I think he's been using the Staff of Carnage, but I haven't been using him for this last chapter. The last chapter. So, now I guess he'll be using the battle-tested one. I don't know if there's a better one, like this one would probably be best if you were using the Dark Attack. No sidestep on Agnia? Why sidestep on her? Oh, they've got 3 characters left. I've got Ochette as well. I forget about her because she's such a terrible character that I like to pretend she doesn't exist. Feels good with her latent power, but it doesn't work with her latent power, does it? It shouldn't work with her latent power. Does it? Because it shouldn't. Bench Agnia? Well, actually, you do have to pay them. If you recruit NPCs, you have to pay them. It shouldn't, because... So her thing and the dancer ability, the dancer divine skill, makes single target buffs apply to everyone. Now, that isn't to be confused with self-target buffs. So there is another skill that makes self-target buffs target everyone. And that skill is on Arcanist. Now, let me check the thing. I know AJ knows where the thing is. Pretty sure it's AJ anyway. Although it might be, maybe Ragnar knows. The NPC that gives you the bonus. The EXP or whatever. Let's see. Townspeople. Alrond. Alright. And I'm pretty sure it does work with the Arcanist ability. I actually have it. I have Arcanist partially for that. I just haven't actually done it yet. So like, if I was going for a full defensive, trying to fight super bosses kind of build, which honestly I don't need right now, I would have Arcanist Particio instead of Oswald. So he can do that. Which means he can also use Rest on the entire party, which makes him a very, very competent healer as well. The guy I gave all the money? Wait, Rock? He's the one that has it? Oh, the guy that gave the money. Sorry, I misread that. So it is Rock, yeah, as well as going. Sorry, it's Elrond, not Rock. He was in Belgrove, right? Well, that's the thing. Scholar isn't really that useful. And if you want to... So the thing is, you want to bring... Like, magic damage is not really that good, right? And anyone can have the double hit buff. So Scholar doesn't really bring anything to the table. Other than its divine skill. But its divine skill is dumb because, like, it's a setup to do one additional hit that requires 3 BP and a turn to use, which is fucking crazy. Like, it's way too much setup. Because Ikari needs none. Weapons Master needs literally none. So like Oswald, you could have Oswald to be the mage, like the Arcanist, to be able to use the buff, the AoE buff thing. Or you could have Particio do it so he can put it on himself, sidestep and restore everyone, and still actually be a competent black mage with the Eye of Truth, so he can always double hit no matter what. So like, if you want to use the triple hit, that's a crazy big setup. It's such an investment compared to just having a fucking weapon master. So like, Scholar is definitely good in the main story, but it falls off pretty hard. Oswald only has a benefit of being this highest base magic attack, but that doesn't really matter that much, to be honest. It doesn't matter that much at this point in the game, where like 70% of your stats is just your gear. Like, that's the biggest problem I found with mages in this one. So like, mages in Octopath 1 were just, you know, they didn't have as many hits, and it was kinda harder to hit damage cap. Like, they could still be very competent damage dealers, but compared to a weapon master, they were just not as good, because they could hit 6 times for damage cap, basically, for free. It was just damage for free. No setup required, just give them a strength buff. But in this one, it's like, if you want them to do really anything, you kind of have to give them multiple buffs, and it takes several turns to set them up, and it's harder to apply a magic vulnerability debuff. Oh, you have to do the side quest first? Ah, you motherfucker. Hey, I can rub him now. Auron's promissory note. 3%. Hey, he's not here now. He should be here somewhere there. I'm gonna mug him. So, I don't want the silk handkerchief, honestly. Like, he wiped his ass with that. I don't really want it. So it has to be nighttime for him to be here then. Sorry, it has to be daytime. Which means I can't mug it. I have to actually steal it, which is dumb. But I also don't need the money, so I don't really care. Is there a downside? No. Not really. So, like, there are several, like, there's basically, for the field skills, there's lawful and unlawful versions of every skill. In the first game, there's only one of each. There's one lawful, one unlawful. But now there's basically 2 lawful, 1 unlawful for everything. The unlawful ones just have a chance of success, and if they fail, you lose, like, 1 point of reputation in the town. That means if you fail 5 times in a town, your reputation suffers, as it says, and it means that you cannot attempt to steal again until you repay your reputation by paying a small amount of money to the pub. That's it. It's just a, if you fail 5 times, you have to pay a bit of money. Let's see. Guess I'll go with, guess I'll go with Priesty Boy. Crossed Paths. Where is he? Oh, here he is. Canal Brine. I don't know about general dialogue, I don't know. I think it just stops your, like, roll actions, but I don't actually know. Because every time I get it, I just immediately fix it. So it is a non-issue. Yeah, money is a complete non-issue in this game. Really. Unless you are buying, like, piles and piles and piles of the most expensive gear, if you dedicate any time to grinding, you will have so much fucking money you won't know what to do with it. Alright, so I guess Temenos for Oswald. Yeah, he can be the Arcanist for now. Never played him much? No, I did not. I did not. I leveled the other characters, the other 4 I brought up to level 40, and that is it. Otherwise, I haven't touched them. I mean, I'm cleaning up the last 3 characters' stories. Other than unlocking them, I haven't touched the characters' chapters yet. I'm basically just doing 1 character at a time. That's all. I'm not doing, like, all of the 1s, then 2s, then 3s. I think it's a bit more jarring to do it that way. What was I looking for? Elemental Augmenter. I think I already went past that. Oh no, I did not. Also, I gotta give him a job. Oh, I better actually hang on. He has some JP. Jobs. Oh yeah, I can do the inventor thing now too. And Arcanist. I don't think I need any of the others. I like him as a character, but not in battle. I mean, the cleric class is pretty good, especially if it's paired with the divine. Like it's so like I actually had cleric on one of my characters for a while because with the divine move from Dancer, you can use that magic and physical defense buff on the entire party, which is nice because that's a big defense boost. It's just that like I just haven't needed it at all pretty much in the entire run, other than like the very first steps, like the first chapters that I did. It's just never been an issue. Yeah, like I think the Scholar nerf kind of sucks. Like it's still decent, it's just that like it isn't just really good at dealing multiple armor damage to enemies, because all of its attacks are inherently single target, unless you get an accessory that's only available basically in post-game. Or you take an extra, like, 4 turns to set up, and that's just fucking stupid, like, no. Like, it doesn't hit that hard, like, it doesn't hit harder to compensate for this. They didn't make it hit harder to compensate for the fact that it has no more multi-hit unless it has crazy setup. And they did not make applying magic vulnerability easy. In fact, I don't even remember what applies magic vulnerability. I don't remember what class can apply it. I guess just... Oh, he doesn't need full power. I don't even know what his ability does. So I guess I'll just give him, Elemental Augmentation. Actually, you know what? I'm actually just going to give him the, Repel ability. Yeah, I saw that. I saw it when I was on my phone. Couldn't really watch anything. I couldn't watch it much on my phone. Like, the Scholar is not bad, and mages in general are not bad. Like, they can still absolutely do a good amount of damage. It's just that, like, they are effectively limited to 2 hits, or 3 if you want a huge amount of additional setup. But it's harder to set them up, it's more expensive to set them up, and they are still actually weaker even if set up. Like, to compare the mages to the warrior or huntress or weapon master classes, it's no contest. Like, not only can those classes do more damage, but they can do more damage without needing any additional setup. All you have to do is apply a buff. I mean, or not apply a buff. You don't have to apply a buff. Just break the enemy and you can do it. But obviously you want to apply buffs if you're going to be doing, like, a designated DPS and designated supports. But it's super easy to apply a strength buff and an armor down. But it's Yeah, it's easy to apply a magic buff, but it's not easy to apply a magic defense down. Yeah, I do. I got the 2 attack up weapons on him. I've been able to do that with the axe attack because it has huge bonuses regardless. I haven't been able to hit a double 100k though. I always get a like 80k 100k. I never get the double 100k. The first hit, so I think the first hit is just based on your stats, and the second hit gets the bonus from exposed weaknesses. So I would need to, I think, I don't know, like level up maybe, put some stats into him. I don't know how else I could increase his strength other than I guess actually just putting on another accessory like a double champion belt. But I think the BP belt probably, the BP enhancer thing probably does more than the champion belt does. Eat nuts, yep, gobble those nuts. Yeah, right, so... I wanted to do something here. Or crit. I don't think crit would be the solution. I think just raw attack would be the solution. I don't even know how to tell what is and is not a crit. Like, the numbers probably look different or something. Oh no, I have to let the cat in. Alright. Chapter 3 or 4 for every character. Yeah, in Octopath 1, that's how I did it. I would do everyone's 1, then 2, then 3, etc. But this time around, I don't want to do that. Alright, so I do want to get this information. Bloodsucker, wow. 25% life drain. That's actually not bad. That ain't half bad. So there's an item that I need. Yeah, we go. Oh, this is not actually what I want. But I'll buy it.
Well, interesting. Well,
tin toy, that's what I wanted.
I'll take it.
That's what I came here for. Oh shit, you can buy like all of these things now. gonna be a fun time when I've got the alchemist in the party, sorry, the apothecary in the party now.
I have... Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to grind levels, you don't get shit for doing the story. The story's awful for that. Who's this? Sanctum Knight.
Well.
I'll take.
Alright, I'm not robbing all these people any further. Yeah, I mean, you got a decent amount. I mean, it's still the same in this. You get a decent amount of experience, like a good chunk even, a very good chunk of experience from killing bosses. But, like, it's definitely not time efficient. The amount of time that it takes to do a chapter of the story, unless you're skipping all of the cutscenes, is nowhere near, like, you know, the amount of time that it takes to do an entire chapter. You could do so many random encounters that would total vastly more than the boss is worth. It's kind of the same in Octopath 1, honestly. Yeah, the bosses do give you a lot of experience, but, like, not so much that it makes up for the amount of time that you just spend in a cutscene, if you just want to raw levels. But the thing is, if you are actually going through all of Chapter 1s, all 2s, all 3s, etc., you are going to be, after you do, like, the first, like, 3 or 4 quests, you are going to be so far ahead on level for literally everything for the rest of the game. This is how the pacing in the games is, really. Alright, so it's over New Delstone. Yeah, I mean, the only time that I dedicated literally any time to grinding was actually just to catch the other party up to 40 when I didn't have an internet and I was bored. That was actually it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered, honestly. Like in Octopath 1, the only time I bother doing any grinding in Octopath 1 is if I want to fight the super boss. That's the only time it matters. Also, if you have the Kate accessories and the Octopath accessories, those encounters become actually pretty common. If you want to grind, like, you can just put those on and then grind in a moderately leveled area, and you will get Kates fairly regularly. Yeah, although that's another thing though, levels don't actually matter. Not really, anyway. Not beyond, like, level 40 or 50. Levels don't matter that much. Equipment is like 90% of everything. And if you want to get more powerful, just go to a high-level area, like a high-level town, and steal stuff. That's how you really improve your strength. Because, like, going from level 40 to level 70 honestly had almost no impact on my damage. Like, the difference for my Hikari, the damage that he deals, going from level 45 to, like, level 68 or 69, whatever he was after the grind, his damage only went up by, like, 10k. So he went from doing, like, you know, 80k to doing, like, 90k, that kind of thing. His levels, because his gear didn't change, just his levels changed. And the levels really don't add very much. The levels add basically nothing to anything except for HP. HP gains are good. Everything else, it doesn't really go up by very much. It does go up by a little bit. But, like, your equipment is going to make up like 70% of your stats kind of thing. Your equipment is so disproportionately large, like such a disproportionately large amount of your damage and tankiness, that levels really don't matter that much, except for gaining HP, and that's the real killer. Because like higher level bosses will have AoEs that will hit for, you know, thousands of damage, that kind of thing. So you do kind of need to be moderately high level, but that honestly only applies to like optional post-game content. That's when it matters, where you kind of have to use everyone. You know, for the super boss, you have to use everyone. That's when it really matters. Before that, it really doesn't matter. Like, you can bring a level 10 character into a level 45 dungeon or a level 45 chapter, whatever, chapter 5, and they won't die if you have a good equipment on them. If you just buy whatever is best equipment from vendors, not even like the best equipment in general, just best gear from vendors, they are totally fine to do a final chapter boss at level 10 and they won't die. Okay. Mechanical top hat. I didn't even get an achievement for that. Raises the physical defense and elemental defense of the equipping character by 1 for every job skill learned. Wait. That's... not as good as I thought. 85 is really not that good. I mean, it's you know, it's definitely not bad, it's just not that great. Need to fill up on coffee, that's what I'd like to hear. For every job skill. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. 85 if you learn everything is really not bad. But, I mean, I think, hang on a second. I think I've learned everything on her. Oh, she could be, it probably goes up to 90 then. Yeah, it probably goes up to 90. Oh, wait, hang on, maybe it goes up to 100. I didn't realize she hadn't learned that stuff. I'm not doing the counting. I mean, 100 magic defense and physical defense is really not too bad for just a passive. It really isn't too bad. Yeah, I don't know if I want to use Inventor on anyone, to be honest. I mean, hang on a second. What do the other skills do? So, Tin Horn, build latent power gauge of all allies. I wonder what the cooldown on that is. And all-purpose tool. Begin crafting all inventions. I see. So that's the thing that, like, you use all the things, and then you use the all-purpose tool to, like, start the cooldowns. The only problem is that, like, I don't know. They're alright, but they're not that good. I don't know. I guess the critical scope is nice. The rest of it, I don't know. I feel like this would be a really cool class to have for the mid-game, but you can't have most of these things for the mid-game, and that's when you would want them. Yeah, like I do not like the limited by use thing. You have to waste too many turns doing nothing and just waiting on cooldowns. But in reality, at the end of the game, you need things to be on demand. Not only on demand, but like you can spam them and then just use consumables to be able to get MP back, that kind of thing. You need to be able to do that, and you can't. These things are not that good. These things are not that good because at this point, like if I want to give someone latent or if I want to give someone BP, I would just use an item. Like I just give him a piece of fruit. I don't care. What the fuck else am I gonna use them for at this point in the game? I don't need any of these. Like I think Inventor is definitely cool, but they made it way too much of a pain in the ass to get the skills for it. Like they gated them behind some really high level things and like obscure things and stealing random items from really specific NPCs and stuff like that. Like there's no way that you're gonna naturally find really many of these at all until like late in the game. If you're looking up a guide, you could beeline it to some of them. Some of them actually require you to like beat storylines to get, but most of them don't. But like you would need a guide to beeline it, or you would need to just be interacting with every NPC in every town and just going around to all the towns. And by the time that you've been naturally going around to these towns, like it don't matter anymore. I used it a lot at the start. I actually used Inventor a lot at the start, pretty much exclusively for changeable catapult and springy shoes, or springy boots, because springy boots was nice to be able to ensure they carry with the first turn, to be able to like arrow storm. And changeable catapult was just nice to have an AoE weapon damage for random encounters. Now it doesn't matter. I can one-shot basically any random encounter forever. It doesn't matter. Alright, where was this thing again? Chapter 2. Canal Brine. I had Inventor on Thronator. Yeah, I suppose Inventor with Dancer would be nice. Specifically with Agnia would be nice. Just so you can AoE like the heal thing, that like restore HP, SP, BP thing. That would be pretty nice, especially early game. Although you can't use her latent as much early game, so yeah. Alrighty then, have a good one, Helico.
Merciful gods!
And what do you want with my lord?
No blood. You just shanked him, no blood.
Daughter the charitable did suffer grievous wounds in the fight with the evil god Vide, and fell into eternal slumber.
Hey Defmo, how's it going?
Thought I would send you off with a bit of scripture. All in the name of Lord Vide.
Oh my god, he worships the Dark Lord. I never really got the whole, humans worshipping Dark Lord who wants to bring destruction thing.
Canal Brine.
Like, they never even really try to justify it. Like, it's like, his goal is to kill everything and destroy the world. Wow, I better worship him. Like the game will make fun of it. I mean, both. Like, just about everything that I play.
just before the pontiff was murdered, someone met with him. A theologian known as Lucian, whose trail has brought me here. He may yet hold the clue I need to find the murderer.
Detective vision time.
Hey! Over here!
It's fun to poke holes in AI writing.
This area has been sealed off.
But you know, it's the Temple
Come
Knights.
on,
For
just
some
give us
reason.
one look.
I feel like this is way out of their jurisdiction.
Stand back. The Sacred Guard is investigating this incident.
Like, this is literally a different continent. This is the Holy Roman Police who have come over here and have just been like, yeah, we're taking over this case in a country that we have no affiliation with. AI writing confirmed. I mean, no, it's not confirmed. But the writing is pretty much on par with, like, AI-generated dialogue. There's been a couple of unexpected plot twists, but they've kind of been more in the ballpark of, whoa, you didn't see that one coming! Probably because it's completely out of fucking nowhere with no hints whatsoever, and it's just totally random. But it's like, I would rather totally random M. Night Shyamalan plot twists than nothing. Doing their duty, upsetting the locals, absolutely. Yeah, the writing is not the strong point of these games, but it's like, it's entertaining in its own cringy, shitty writing way, right? The appeal of the game is the RPG sandbox. The writing kind of adds entertainment value by way of being able to laugh at it. It has its moments, though. There are definitely some moments that have been pretty entertaining, like actually good, or at least bordering good. Everyone recorded their lines in a cupboard. Yeah, I think a lot of them did. I think a lot of it was like single take only, over the phone or some shit. The first version was great if you say so. I think Primrose is probably the worst part about that game. Actually, you know what? No, she's not the worst. The worst is Tressa, by far. Tressa fucking sucks. But goddamn Primrose. I have a certain level of hate for ultra generic tragic waifu, though.
The only way to close a case is to begin investigating.
Is it because she's happy? It's because she's just annoying. Like, she's basically the live, laugh, love. Not, I was gonna say Karen. I don't know what you would call the live, laugh, love. Like 40-year-old women who think everything is positivity and it's like super fake and forced and like super unnatural. It's like, dude, like, you're allowed to be neutral. You don't have to be like depressed or something, but like, Jesus Christ, like, you don't have to be so fake and forced to the point of being suspicious. Becky, is that a thing? Yeah, I mean, Final Fantasy's really bad for having lawful stupid protagonists, though. Where you never actually follow up on anything. You just say, hey, stop! And then they just leave. Every time.
I'd better ask around and find out what happened.
Oh, I have to interrogate people. Oh, no, I don't. I just have to talk to them. Surprised.
So that's it then.
Ken O'Brien's renowned apothecary's been killed by an unknown assailant.
I do hate when they don't even make an excuse for letting the bad guy get away, though. It's a pretty common thing. Like, I feel like in non-Japanese media, they make some kind of bullshit excuse as to why they'll get away. Like, there'll be, you know, something will jump between them. There'll be an explosion. They'll jump off the building. They'll make a quick and unexpected escape. They'll disappear into a crowd. Like, it doesn't have to be a good excuse. You just need to have some kind of excuse. Because if the good guy and the bad guy are just there, the good guy beats him in a fight. The bad guy's, you know, just there on the ground. And then they just get up and just walk away, and you're like, no, stop! And don't do anything to stop them. That's when it's fucking stupid. And that's so common. So fucking common in Japanese games. They don't even bother to try. They don't bother trying. Because you know that the lawful stupid anime protagonist isn't allowed to attack someone who doesn't attack them first. And they won't chase after someone, like tackle them on the ground. They won't do anything like that. They'll just let it happen because they need to drag out the story. The asshole from Breath of Fire 4 gets away scot-free. You mean Yuna? That was one thing that kind of irked me about the ending of Breath of Fire 4. Although it's kind of funny because I both like and dislike it at the same time. Because on one hand, like, he gets out and is not involved in the final encounter, and he's just a loose end. And they didn't try to just make some kind of, like, moral change. Oh, I regret my decisions, I'm going back on what I do, etc. They didn't try to do some bullshit like that. Like, he got away and he knew it. He's like, well, fuck it, I'll just do it again. And then escapes. And so in one case, in one way, I don't like that it's a loose end that you didn't get to tie up. But on the other hand, I like that they didn't just make up some bullshit. Like, he got away and he knew it. So of course he's not going to, like, try and change his life. He's gonna do it again. He already knows how to. Doesn't have to do the freaking research anymore. Actually, a really common one in Japanese games is like, lawful stupid anime character can't kill the bad guy. No matter how evil the anime Hitler is, they're not allowed to kill him. Even if it's a fight to the death. They'll win and be like, the fight's over, it's done, you don't have to fight anymore, bro, I've won. And then they'll do some dumb shit. They'll run at the hero, and the hero will be like, no, stop, and they won't get the killing blow though. There'll be some dumb bullshit reason why they kill themselves. They'll fall on their sword. They'll trip and fall off the building. A car will hit them. Like, they'll find anything else to get the killing blow. Because you are not allowed to have any kind of negative, like potentially negative connotation against the, negative mark against the protagonist. Because killing someone, even if it's in self-defense, that's bad. And you're lawful stupid. You're not allowed to have anything bad. And the bad guy, they have to be, like, irredeemably bad. They cannot have even a scrap of good. They have to be irredeemably bad. You cannot possibly feel bad for them. They have to be just evil. That damn cow got in the way. Yeah, I mean, like, a classic example is, like, Agamemnon in Final Fantasy XII. Like, they are merciless bounty hunters. They're ruthless. They'll do anything. They'll kill anyone. They will literally murder children for money. They're fucked up. And they come at you when you fight them in their final encounter. And when you beat them, they're like, no, wait, stop, we've won. You don't need to fight us. And then he's like, no, fuck you, I'm killing you anyway. And then he falls off the fucking building and gets eaten by sharks. And it's like, dude, Bosch would absolutely kill that guy. So would Balthea, actually. Actually, you know what? So would everyone in that party, except for probably Vaughn. But who fucking cares about Vaughn?
could this be related to the Pontiff's death?
The Pontiff's death, also Christian cool with the raid. He never had a chance yet. I mean, fuck Vaughn. No one likes Vaughn. Welcome, welcome. What were you playing today? Playing retro. Well, I didn't catch what you were playing today, but I do hope your stream went well. Thank you very much for the raid, Christian. What were you playing today? Yeah, I mean, you know what's funny though? People do kind of overhype how much it matters which character is used for what in Final Fantasy 9. Sorry, 9, in Final Fantasy 12. So like, yeah, Vaughn is kind of the best. Oh, he's like the second best at literally everything. He's not the best at anything, he's the second best at everything. You know, like Basch is the best physical attacker and Ash is the best mage. However, you can't overcap your stats, and if you're like level 70 and wearing the best or second best equipment, you're actually going to hit the cap for those respective stats. So it's actually very easy to cap any of the respective stats that you want anyone to use. Just, funnily enough. So like the only one that's like hard to cap is basically MP, which is harder to cap. So you can basically just get 99 magic or 99 attack on anyone. It really doesn't make much difference. It does matter for the main story, but the main story is easy, so it doesn't actually matter. Like I shouldn't say it matters for the main story. It's noticeable in the main story, but it doesn't matter in the main story because the main story is easy. And when you're doing post game against the things where it would matter, it's very easy to hit stat caps anyway, so it doesn't actually make any difference. And yeah, Balthea is the main character. Oh, that's right, Twisted Metal. I fucking saw you go live. I only got home not long before I went live today, because I've been without power since yesterday. I saw you go live with Twisted Metal, now that I think about it. But I hope that went well. I should probably play Twisted Metal at some point. I did briefly play one of them. My usual party is actually,
You there! What are you snooping around for?
Like, in my first playthroughs, it was like Vaughn, Balthea, Ash, you know, the Holy Trinity. But in later ones, I ended up using, like, Balthea, Basch, Fran, or Balthea, Basch, Pinello. Because Pinello's a really good mage. And I really like having a dedicated offensive mage. It's kind of rough at the start of the game, but as soon as you get that ability to drain MP by dealing damage, mages are godlike in FF12. Power outages are common here? No. There was a cyclone that hit me. I think the only reason why power outages are uncommon for you is because you live in a built-up area with no natural disasters. That's like pretty standard feature for most places like that. But yeah, the only reason why I was dealing with it is a cyclone took out a lot of infrastructure. Yeah, I think the only thing with Balthea is
I am merely the humble inquisitor.
you kind of need to. So like Balthea and Fran have got the best speed, but speed is only actually useful for 3 weapon types, one of which isn't good, especially in the vanilla version of the game. So speed makes daggers, ninja swords, and bows deal more damage. And bows aren't very good. I mean, they're actually decent in Zodiac Age. Daggers are actually pretty good, and ninja swords are really good. But ninja swords are only available, like, kind of halfway through the game. And they, like, end up being one of the best weapons in the game, because the best ninja sword is strong against Yasma.
Don't move a muscle, stranger. I bet you're hiding a weapon. I'll have you restrained.
That sounds a touch aggressive.
Stop! That's Inquisitor Temenos from the church. You needn't restrain him. I vouch for him.
A Sanctum Knight. Forgive us our haste, sir.
Yeah, I mean, Fran is good. Fran is definitely good. So, actually, I think Fran starts with Cure as a base skill. And that makes her actually really, really good in the early game, especially. Because if you have Fran in the party... So what I did in my first Zodiac Age playthrough was I made Fran a samurai class, whatever it's called. I forget what it's actually called. Made Fran a samurai class because katanas scale with magic attack for some fucking reason. And by doing that, she's suddenly a very competent healer that can deal legitimately good physical damage because katanas. And she can heal basically for free because damage heals MP is an option for that class. I've actually played Final Fantasy 12 so many fucking times. I've only played through Zodiac Age twice now, like 2.5 times. But I played the vanilla version so many times, and I played the IZJS version once.
Crick, we meet again. Was this your new post in the end?
Indeed. And you're the last person I expected to see here.
I mean, Zodiac Age is the best version of FF12 for sure. But I just like FF12 a lot in general. I really like the Gambit system, and I think the story is really good. But, like, story-wise, Final Fantasy 12 is very different to the other mainline Final Fantasy games. I really like it, but it's like, you know, it's very detached. But then again, so is Final Fantasy 13. I mean, honestly, so is Final Fantasy 10, really. But that one's like at least, you know, it's still like very medieval fantasy. There's like basically no sci-fi or anything like that. So it's still like pretty on the mark for that. But it did feel 10 felt very different as well. Not in a bad way though. I think 12 and 9 have easily got the best stories in the main line. Not even fucking close, really. Like 9's my favorite in the main line. 9 and then 12 are my favorites. Like not even fucking close. The others are nowhere near as good as those two.
Though I'm glad I did. You were nearly wrongfully imprisoned.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason for that, Fox. It's the same writer. It's the same writer, that's why. And 9's really good. For story, especially. I mean, 9 has got a lot of problems. But the problems are pretty much entirely gameplay related. And they're not major problems or anything. It's just like, there's a lot of missable stuff. That kind of thing, which I don't like. And the nature of Excalibur 2 fucking sucks. Tetramaster is trash. But the story's really good. Yeah, like, I would say 9 has got, like, the best characters and story for, like, the purpose of, like, character development and writing quality. The world feels really cool. The cities are really cool. The characters are generally well designed and, like I said, a lot of development. The villain has an actual motive. The villain has an actual fucking motive. And that's a big deal for me. I actually hate it when games have got some shitty villain whose only motivation is, I want to take over the world, be powerful, destroy world. Like, it's, you know, it's whatever. It's a punching bag if you need one. But it's so much more interesting if the villain has got some kind of motive and objective besides that. Hey, Prelo, how's it going?
Are you alright, Temenos? You look rather...
Yes. Destroy the world because reasons. And it's like, the FF8 remaster fix anything? I mean, the FF8 remaster just stole some modded assets, like some assets from modders, and that's kind of it. Otherwise, it's exactly the same. The original PC release of FF8 is actually better because it had the Chocobo minigame thing built in. So otherwise, you need a pocket PlayStation. I mean, I don't know why people say FFA it's so shit though. Like, yeah, the junction system is not great, but it is. People overhype how bad the enemy scaling is so fucking much. Like, Jesus, dude. It really doesn't matter, and it really doesn't actually make that much of a difference either. Just because of the nature of enemies having a maximum and a minimum level. So the scaling really doesn't actually matter really that much. You'll only notice it, like, you'll only have, like, a noticeable impact in very specific areas. Yeah, you really don't even have to, because the game is easy as fuck. Destroying the world was a common theme. It is, yeah. I mean, it's a pretty common thing, especially in, like, you know, fantasy stories for kids where you need to have a bad guy. You need to have a pretty clear-cut bad guy and good guy. And I think having more interesting characters where there's a lot more gray makes it more interesting to adults, but more confusing for kids. And I mean, keep in mind, like, Final Fantasy has kind of always been aimed at kids and teenagers. Like, it's kind of, well, not kids, it's being aimed at teenagers. It's kind of always been that way. So yeah, no shit, it's pretty cartoony and silly. But the thing is, in the first 5 Final Fantasy games, yeah, they never really took themselves that seriously. Shadowheart Covenant? Yeah, Shadowheart's 1 and 2, two of, like, the two together is one of my favorite RPGs of all time. Yeah, he was definitely a good villain. Bad things to accomplish, doing bad things that he knows are bad, for something that he really wants, you know. It's a classic. He really wants for more tragic reasons. And while he doesn't care what will happen to him for it, he just wants to get it done, you know. It's like the classic robbing to feed your children kind of thing.
It is to my great shame that I am now indebted to you, little lamb.
You still insist on insulting me.
Yeah, like, Vayne is one of my favorite villains, folks. Vayne is, I think, a really interesting one. Misguided and ruthless, and he's a bad guy. You cannot say that he's redeemable. Like, he is a bad guy. But it's more that, like, he had reasonable, understandable, lofty goals and a real objective, and he didn't care that he trampled people to get there. He wasn't just trying to take over the world. That actually wasn't his objective. And that's what made him interesting. He reminds me of, another villain that I actually really like, probably one of my favorites, is Heis from Radiant Historia. Heis is a really cool villain, for the same reason. You don't even fucking realize that he's a villain for a while. But yeah, he's a very interesting one. I think he's a really good one for like his motives, his objective really was like actually just noble in the start. And it's like, you know, in an alternate timeline, he would have been the protagonist. Like, it really is just small differences and he would have been the protagonist. That kind of thing. Really makes me like a villain. When I'm sitting there and I'm fighting them and I'm like, man, I kind of don't actually want to kill this guy. When the bad guy is giving their speech and you are kind of agreeing with what they're saying, that's when you know it's a good villain.
Nevertheless, a debt is a debt. I shall remember this.
Actually, it's like in FF14, ironically, something good out of A Realm Reborn, which is hilarious, because A Realm Reborn is trash. Gaius, the boss of A Realm Reborn, essentially, his whole deal and his speech, like, he is very misguided. He is totally misguided and wrong and needs to be stopped. but like he's not incorrect in what he's saying at all. Like everything that he says is right. He's just trying to solve it in very wrong ways. And it's like, man, if only someone could, like, you know, reel you in a little bit. Just chill a bit, and then we would be on the right path here.
To think I made my way to the same city to which you were reassigned. It must be...
Not dare say fate, Temenos.
that the Sacred Guard and I have come to the same conclusion, is what I meant to say.
Thanos apologizes. I mean, I haven't watched Marvel anything. He's the one that tried to just delete everything though, right? I don't know his reasoning. But it's Marvel, so I kind of automatically don't care. Xenogears wasn't fully fleshed out? Yeah. I feel like Xenogears, if it was like fully fleshed out and finished, would have been really fucking good. It's still quite good. Like, I still really enjoyed that game, despite its god-awful pacing. And the fact that it's unfinished. I still really enjoyed that game. It is way too fucking long, mostly because I think, like, there was a lot of, like, you know, general amateurishness when it came to, like, developing and pacing and writing. Which didn't really matter, I guess, at the time, being a PS1 RPG. But, like, that is definitely one which deserves to get, like, a full... I would say remake, right? But I don't mean FF7 remake. I mean, like, actually staying completely true to the source material and finishing it, properly finishing it. Actually giving it all the stuff, including the, you know, the shit from the book. Like, properly finishing it. I think it would deserve that. I mean, that game has absolutely no without flaws. Like, some of the characters in that are complete fucking trash, and they have no purpose, and they're there just to waste time and add filler. But the overarching story was really good. And also, you know, I guess if you have a fetish for Bible references, like a lot of JRPG stuff does, then that's totally for you. Too much life, too few resources, use of magic, wishing glove to eliminate half of all life. Yeah, okay. Instead of creating infinite resources, yeah. But they wouldn't fight over that. Yeah, I mean, there are... Honestly, you could list so many things that game has wrong with it. So many things are bad about Xenogears, especially when it comes to just, like, pacing and dungeons and minor things like that. When I'm talking about it being good, I'm purely talking about the story itself, the overarching story. And I'm a fan of, like, fragmented story where you have to piece it all together. But that only really works if it's done just right and you actually get the full picture, because you don't get the full picture. You get enough of it to understand, but you definitely don't get enough to, like, really grasp everything that's going on, unless you want to read the book. Actually, you know what? Speaking of mages, not from Fallout 1, mages from Chrono Trigger, I think, is a pretty cool one. I mean, it's not even, like, anything too complex. It's just like, yeah, you, kind of just misunderstood him. Because he thought he was bad enough to stop it all himself and just didn't care. People hated him for his methods. He just wanted to do it, be done, and get the fuck out. Who cares? Doesn't care if he tramples people along the way, because he doesn't care if they hate him for it. I thought that was pretty cool. He was Vegeta. I mean, Vegeta was just a bad guy who got his ass beat, and then he's like, "Oh, don't beat me up, bro. I'll join your team. I promise. Please stop clapping my cheeks."
This is no time for jokes.
Vegeta is a meme. Like, Vegeta's a bitch. Magus is kind of actually a badass. And then he realizes that, oh shit, I'm actually not strong enough to do this. I guess I have to side with these guys. Did he actually want to stop Frieza? Or was he just simping for Goku because he got his ass beat? I mean, he fucking hates Goku, though. I guess I would have to rewatch that shit because I really didn't care about Dragon Ball, honestly. I only watched some of it because my friends were obsessed with it. Like, Magus' whole deal was that, like, he thought he could stop Lavos, or whatever that thing's name is, himself. Kind of reminds me of, like, in Xenoblade Chronicles, the High Entia, how they just don't give a fuck about the other peasant races, because they, you know, they're living up top with their technology, and they're like, yeah, well, you know, we just let them do whatever, we don't care, because we're enough to actually stop the Mechon. But they are not, and they quickly realized that. I mean, yeah, Vegeta did want to stop Frieza, but didn't that all happen after he already just came and tried to take over Earth or some bullshit? Like, why did he even come to Earth in the first place? It certainly wasn't for Frieza.
My apologies. Do you also suspect the theologian Lucian is involved?
Among all Lucian's works, one called The Final Night casts the longest shadow. And anything with night in the title catches my eye of late.
And soon night shall fall. The verse in the note the pontiff left behind.
Been like 22 years? Yeah, I mean, I imagine it probably hasn't been 22 years for them, though. Although, also, like, for shows or games that you played when you were a kid and you were deeply invested in, like when it's a story thing, especially, it tends to stick with you. Like, games that I played, like Grandia 1, for example, that was a pretty big thing for me because it was the first console RPG that I had, and it was the first game I had on my PlayStation. So I played the shit out of the game. Like, I remember so fucking much about that game that it's just stuck with me. It doesn't matter if I hadn't played it in a long time, like, it's just stuck with me. Things that leave a strong impression tend to stick, you know? Video games stick deeper. They do for me, but that's because I don't have the attention span for TV.
In myth and legend, the night is often a metaphor for the enemy, or some other threat.
And not only that, though, even though I really don't have the attention span for, like, TV most of the time, I still remember so much random bullshit from The Simpsons. So much random bullshit from The Simpsons. Because it was very, I guess, impactful for me when I was a kid. It was the funniest shit, and everyone was into The Simpsons. And we would talk about it all the time. It doesn't matter that I haven't watched, like, 90% of those old episodes since I was a kid, like, when they came out. That shit does not matter, because it's just, you know, stuck with me like steamed hams.
By that logic, perhaps the pontiff meant to warn us against the threat that is Lucian. Has the Sacred Guard learned anything?
No, nothing at all.
I bring you love. He brings love. Break his knees.
Oh dear. What useless
Actually,
little crows.
I'm not sure exactly of what that quote was. But it's something along the lines of like break his knees or get him or something like that.
Do you know something we don't, Temenos?
Of course I do. These two cases share more than a bit of scripture.
Maybe we should have another Simpsons watch party.
Go on.
One of the townsfolk had a most curious story for me.
You think of the Simpsons every day when you do your isometric exercises. So do I. I think of the Simpsons every time I steam something. Actually, doesn't matter what I steam. If I like have steamed vegetables very frequently. But every time I steam something, I'm like, steamed clams. Every time.
Our ill-fated apothecary met in secret with a man mere days before his murder. That man was Lucian.
What?
The pontiff also met with Lucian just before he was murdered. I believe our theologian played a role in both incidents. Meaning, he is now the person of greatest interest to us.
Come one, come all! Don't miss Hermes the Dancer's next performance!
Hermes?
You want to buy a ticket too? You can pay your respects to the goddess of the city!
Apologies, but I am otherwise occupied.
They're no fun. Hermes dances tonight! Don't miss it! Meet at the tavern!
A performance amid all this chaos. Temenos, we must question Lucian. There's not a moment to lose.
I mean,
He
Lisa's
must be
always
stopped.
the worst. Lisa is always like the worst character to have involved in the main plot of an episode.
I am not quite so willing.
It's not that like every episode that revolves around her is bad, but it's usually not good. But then again, she's usually not an important character.
What are you waiting for? Another murder? There may well have been one already.
All available evidence points towards Lucian, but something's troubling me. Alas, with no further evidence or clues at hand. Very well. Let us make our way to Lucian's home.
Time to interrogate him. Oh, whoops. For some reason I thought he was going to be the big home on the end.
Lucian, are you there? I am from the Sacred Guard. I wish to have a word with you.
No reply, as I thought. Then it's come to this. We must use brute force.
What are you suggesting, Temenos? No, stop! We need the Sacred Guard's permission.
Says the man who tells me we've not a moment to lose.
Well, yes, but...
We can beg for forgiveness later. But for the moment, I need you to give us an edge.
How dare you? There's no arguing with you, is there?
It's a big sword. I like how he swings
Bravo, Crick.
across the door, not
You're
into the
learning.
door. So he busts it open by not hitting it.
Now, let's invite ourselves in.
Oh, gods. Please forgive me.
I mean, I kind of prefer old South Park in general when it was more just like stupid shenanigans.
Lucian? How could this be?
Dead. And it's him. There's no mistaking it. I very much doubt he is our killer now.
Then who could it be? I'll call for help.
That would be unwise, Crick. Let's have a look around before the Sacred Guard has its way with the place.
Crick is Cyrus? No?
We may find something that leads us to the real murderer.
I mean, Temenos is kinda like Cyrus, I guess.
So this is where the trails led us.
I mean, there's not real, like, I guess, like, Cyrus is kind of, like, doing the investigation thing. I mean, actually, he pretty much is. But, like, Temenos is actually just, like, straight up, murder investigator. And he's on a murder mystery trail. Rather than just trying to find whoever the fuck has his book. Which doesn't really matter in the end. They're both just trying to figure out whatever. But you don't, like, go around examining... Actually, I don't... Maybe you do. I don't really remember that much of Cyrus. Does he, like, go around to crime scenes and investigate, you know, bits and pieces and put it together and figure out what happened? That kind of thing? Or does he just kind of, you know, follow the clues? I think he might be in this town. Let's find the guy in this town.
Captain Caldina. As head of the Sacred Guard, perhaps you should not intervene.
I've made up my mind. We're going.
Yeah, pretty much.
Understood. Forgive my impudence.
The Sanctum Knights. Never in all my days did I think I'd see the heroes of the scripture in the flesh. The matter at hand must be quite serious.
Ort, is there any news?
It seems the Inquisitor has made an appearance.
Uh-huh. Temenos, no doubt. Seems the Hound has a very keen nose. Let him roam. He's no concern of ours.
Are you quite sure?
We are simply carrying out the mission our Lord gave us.
What do you make of this, Temenos?
You're far too hasty, Crick. Give me a moment to think.
Yes, of course. I've seen this before.
The truth lies in the flame.
Eject your vision.
Is this Lucian's note?
Coffee time.
Well, this is all fascinating. But we don't yet know if it's related to the matter at hand. A handbook on how to pray to the gods. This is the same order that the gods fell in their battle against Fide. Now pray. Proper prayers bring good fortune. Pray in the opposite order, and you shall invite a curse. Could this have any relation to the 3 victims we found thus far? The first victim was the Pontiff, a strike at Elfric the Flamebringer. Next, an apothecary, Doter the Charitable. Then Lucian, a scholar. It seems the killer is working their way backward through the order of prayers. Which means their next target will represent Sealtish, the Lady of Grace. A dancer, perhaps.
Better protect my dancer.
Yes, yes. I see it now.
Welcome back, Temenos.
I know the murderer's next target.
What? Are you sure?
Is there a famous dancer in the city, Crick?
A dancer?
Oh, the one that was advertised on the bridge earlier?
There's the one that peddler was selling tickets for earlier.
How convenient.
I believe her name was Hermes, and she was to dance at the tavern, or something of the sort.
Ah, yes. Well remembered.
Wait, where are you going? Temenos!
We must hurry. The killer will show themselves at the tavern. I'm sure of it.
Hello, my little fishies.
What?
Are you having the time of your lives this evening?
Who says that?
It's the goddess of Cannel Brine!
Canal brine.
Ah, we're not too late.
Do you really think the killer is in the audience?
Very carefully hidden, yes. But to no avail, for I shall reveal him.
Hmm.
Time for some questions. Very well. Holy light, illuminate the darkness. So sorry. You won't believe that. You won't believe that. You won't believe that.
Oh wait, so is he able to die? Because he's like way over dead.
I won't back down.
So let's see.
Magia Stigma.
Okay, I guess they just can't die. They just say it once until you break them.
Oh, how's that for you?
Yeah, like I know you need to break them to succeed, but I was curious about that. Like if it let you kill them instead of breaking them with Temenos.
You! This string of murders was committed by none other than you. Vados the Architect. Upon vanquishing the Flamebringer, you came here to Cannelbrine, where you easily crossed the Charitable and the Scholar King off your list. And in accordance with the scripture, your next target will be Sealtige, the Lady of Grace, who shall be played this evening by the renowned dancer Hermes. Isn't that so?
Stop, please!
I am a servant of the one true god, Vitae.
How was it? I haven't started it yet. I haven't really had a chance to do anything in the last few days because of power and general busyness.
Open your eyes to the truth. A sanctum knight.
Newly anointed, but yes.
Bravo, Crick.
Stop! Where did he go?
Age, eh? They do indeed, unfortunately. I'm surprised I even have power today.
There, Crick.
I wasn't meant to.
That's the Sacred Guard's ship. We must be swift.
Where's the path down? Did I bonk into a barrel or something instead? Oh, wait. No, that isn't it. I have to actually go through here. God damn. Dumb. Wow, this is actually a dungeon. Food didn't go bad? Nah, it didn't. I actually didn't have much in the fridge because I'd finished what I was, I'd finished what I'd already cooked, and today, when I didn't have power, So like basically the power went off yesterday afternoon, like 20 minutes before I was going to start stream. It was estimated that it was going to be fixed by tomorrow night at about 7 p.m. I conveniently had already finished anything that was in the fridge that I would have cooked, so I only had dry food left. But today I take out anyway because I wasn't home. Probably work from home for a bit. That sounds good to me. You can enjoy those art streams, those tasteful nudes.
Stand aside or fight. Prepare you. I won't be sold now. I still have much to learn.
But yeah, they estimated that the power was going to be coming back tomorrow night at about 7. But they ended up bringing it back up today at about 4. So like, I got a message before coming home that the power was back up earlier. And I was very pleased with that.
The time for answers has come, faithful servant of V-Day. The late pontiff left a note behind just before his death. It reads as follows. And soon night shall fall. Words from the keepers of the flame, I believe.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit out of hand.
The tattoo on the back of your hand is also a marking of theirs. Which means the pontiff wanted us to know that the killer was one of you. The day of his murder, you took the underground passage. You lured the beast that killed the pontiff to the cathedral. And left it to follow its natural instincts. Standing watch as the pontiff died.
Well deduced, Temenos.
None can deceive mine eyes, not even a god.
Damn.
Why?
ME3, Mass Effect?
You
It is pretty
cannot
big.
detain me here.
Especially if you're doing all the side quests.
I am on a mission.
Come, servant of V-Day.
He's got the crazy eyes.
Now it begins. I'll keep my friends safe.
No, it'd be easier if I do this.
Not this time. I won't be afraid. Soldier! Who's next? There's no need for flattery. It'll rust my sword.
That was a boss.
Now talk.
Surrender yourself not unto silent dusk, for the light shall fade.
That's enough.
Captain Caldina!
In the sacred name of Bran the Thunderblade, you are under arrest. Beg for his mercy, for it is he who shall judge you for your crimes.
Be not conceited, for it is you who must beg forgiveness.
Take him away.
I mean, the final boss doesn't die in one round, but at the final boss you got like the different theme, right?
Your name was Crick, yes? Well done.
And so the crows of the sacred guard descend once more. So eager to take the credit for the hard work of others.
Pardon us for not having the liberty of pecking at every seed and rock we come across. Go about your business. Your little interrogation is over.
The funny thing is, she has by far the most manpower, and yet somehow still can't find any evidence or information. It's almost like she is intentionally useless.
I will merely note that the criminal now in your custody is a heretic. He chose his victims according to scripture, you see.
Well, nothing, stay your tongue. Come, Crick. There is work to be done.
Yes, Captain.
Poor hound. You lost your master.
Man, I could totally go for some gingerbread. I fucking love gingerbread.
Careful. I bites.
You're sending me back to headquarters?
We will deal with the aftermath here in Kennelbrine. Vados will be transported to the Sacred Guard, where he shall remain in custody. You shall be his escort.
Make some next week? That sounds pretty good. I don't even know how difficult it is to make gingerbread. I can't imagine it would be super hard or anything, though.
I am honored, Captain. Yet...
Yet what?
In truth, it was Temenos who apprehended the suspect. As such, might we not grant him the opportunity to interrogate Vados?
Very well. In deference to the late pontiff, he may have his interrogation.
Many thanks, Captain.
Crick, did your investigation reveal anything of note?
Just before you apprehended him, Vados uttered something strange, yes. Surrender yourself not unto silent dusk, for the light shall fade. I feel I've heard those words somewhere before, but I cannot place them.
Good work. That will be all.
That sounds pretty damn good, though. Gingerbread cake with a butterscotch topping.
Excellent work, Crick.
Ort, are you joking? We joined at the same time, and here you are serving as bodyguard to the captain herself. I scarcely deserve the admiration of someone so clearly superior.
Is that so? That sword of yours makes us equals.
Come now, you needn't spar with me to know you're better, right?
It is possible for skills to atrophy, you know. The only reason I'm here is because Captain Caldina saw fit to raise me up. Just as the Inquisitor brought you into the church.
Right.
The flame lights the way. We
Oh,
just
yeah?
happen to be following our own flames.
Down paths we pray are righteous.
May the sacred flame guide you, Crick.
I mean, there's a fair few games that are on a hefty sale right now. But my off-stream backlog is pretty dense now. It is a thick boy backlog now.
And you as well, Ort.
But I'll probably work some of those games into stream in the near future. Like, after I've gotten through a few more games, because the queue is reducing faster than it is expanding at this point. So I can probably mix in some of my own games to kind of even it out a bit. DQ11. Yeah, I saw that. DQ11 has got a pretty hefty discount. I do want to replay that at some point, but I'm not in any particular rush to do so. Because I haven't played the S edition or whatever. Well, Nier isn't in the near future.
Temenos?
Fortunately.
The theologian Lucian's notes. I borrowed them.
Stealing evidence yet again.
Let's not say anything we'll regret, Crick. This is well within the bounds of our investigation.
Gods, please have mercy.
Well,
What do
it's
you
more
plan
that
to do next, anyhow?
the queue is reducing faster than games are being requested because some of them were put on hold or skipped, and there was a handful of really fast games. And not only that though, but some of the people who had requested games that have been passed over now are no longer around because they were requested ages ago, and the people who requested them just aren't around anymore. So no one was, they couldn't replace their own game. So I think of all of, there's only like 2 people who had their game played and couldn't just request another game immediately because they didn't have enough points. And those are people who are around less frequently. And everyone else had just replaced their thing. So it's more that it weeded out, a few games. Oh, not weeded out, that's not really the right word. Like, there was a handful of games that were by people who aren't around anymore. And there were some games that were either short or skipped. There was a few, like, 1 or 2 day games in there. And that is definitely something to speed it up. But there was also, like, 4 games that went straight to hold. Granted, 2 of those games are now coming out of hold. Both Chained Echoes and Resident Evil 2 are coming off of hold, because I have those games now. So the queue has got an extra 2 games that are not actually in it, that are on the other queue, the hold thing. I just haven't moved them back yet. Not that it matters.
Well, the case this string of murders opened is now closed.
It was on hold for a while there. I don't like pestering. Boomer gifted it to me forever ago. He gifted it to me a while after it was put on hold. It was on hold for. I guess you probably just didn't realize that it was on hold. I don't like pestering people to like be like, "Hey, give me the game. Spend your money." Like it feels awkward to do that. And if someone doesn't want to, like, pay for any reason, I would not hold that against them. So I just don't be a dick about it.
I have been told to escort Vados back to headquarters, and that is what I shall do. Once he's safely in the Sacred Guard's custody, you'll be given the opportunity to interrogate him.
I mean, in some cases, I can't message them. Like in the case, for example, of R22. I actually was going to message R22, but I couldn't. They're not on Discord. And I don't have them, like, added on Twitch or something.
With the crow's approval? How suspicious.
I think you would do well to choose gratitude over doubt, just this once.
You forget that doubt is what I do.
Gauntlet Slayer Edition. I believe I played a Gauntlet game. Hang on a second. Let me Google some real quick. I'm pretty sure I played Gauntlet Dark Legacy.
So, there are two paths before me.
Octopath? Are you not returning to the Sacred Guard headquarters yourself?
That is the first path, and it leads to the interrogation of Vados. The second path, however, lies within these notes. The Felsun ruins. Apparently, they're somewhere in Crackridge. The theologian Lucian intended to visit them before he was killed. I feel this might be a momentous clue. And so the second path leads to the Felsun ruins. The question is, which puzzle do I solve first?
Whichever you choose to follow. Take care of yourself, Temenos.
Oh yeah? Which game is that now?
I shall welcome you at our headquarters, whenever you arrive.
I eagerly await our reunion. Oh, Crick, this is far from over. Why did Vados kill these people? Why did he liken his victims to each of the 8 gods? There's something I'm not seeing. Something important.
I'm curious now.
And I'm going to find out what.
Funny thing about old TRPGs is they tend to be really fucking long. Just because, like, battles can take so long. PS2 TRPG. Let's see, what have I played on the PS2 in the way of TRPG? Stella Deus. Isn't, wait, is it Vandal Hearts that's on PS2? That was it? It is a pretty good game, actually. It's pretty fun. I played that one a while back, actually. 50 hours, is it really that long? Oh, is Vandal Hearts PS1? Okay, I haven't played it. Yeah, Stella Deus is a pretty fun one. You know how I found that game, though? I was looking at, games that Sakamoto had done the music for that I hadn't played before, you know, basically not Final Fantasy Tactics or Tactics Ogre. And that came up. I was like, oh, okay, let's have a look at this game. It's TRPG. Wait, what? That sounds cool. I should check it out. And it turned out to be quite fun. It was a bit, if I recall correctly, it was a bit grindy. Like, you ended up having to, like, if you wanted characters to be good, you kind of had to, like, do a bit of grinding in training battles and shit. But it was whatever. Like, the gameplay was still fun. I don't think it was loaded with accuracy memes or anything dumb like that. It's so hit or miss when it comes to TRPGs, I find. Whether or not they'll have accuracy memes as like a method of balancing difficulty. Eternal Poison? Yeah, I've heard of that one. Isn't that one really long though? I'm pretty sure Fish played that one, and I think he enjoyed it. But, isn't that one like 100+ hours long or something? The Cleric and the Thief. Alright. I was gonna like do the next chapter as well, but I'm really fucking tired. I have been awake now for about 24 hours. So, you know what? I'm not going to do another chapter right now. I'm kind of nodding off in my chair. I don't think it's that long. I mean, let's see. How long to beat Eternal Poison? Eternal Poison. Oh, apparently it says 50 hours. Wait. Overview. Average. Oh, there's like no polls. Completionist 100 hours. It says main story 52, main and extras 40. So something tells me the 2 polls that they have are probably not very indicative of anything. And like PS2 polled 71 hours, emulated 34 hours for main. Yeah, something tells me this is really not very indicative. Yeah, go to bread. It was like 90 hours. Did he do like the majority of the content, or did he just like kind of focus on the main story? But yeah, I'm actually not going to go to bed immediately, but I need to chill for a bit first. Okay, yeah, okay, that's probably why it took so long. I need to chill for a bit first, that's for sure, but I will see if I can find someone to post up first. See what's going on in the world of Twitch. How do I play Octopath 2? That actually speaks English this time. Oh, it's not. It's just every time. I'm just gonna rate up eat, I guess. Um, odd test, Mind Magic 9. Hit that didgeridoo bong. I don't want to do that right now. Didgeridoo bong then. I gotta hit the volcano bong. Gotta hit the volcano bong. Alright. I will be back tomorrow. Unless another fucking cyclone comes out and knocks out power again or some bullshit. I don't know at this point. Just being a catastrophic month. But we'll see. So have a good one and all that good stuff. Hopefully see you all next time. But until then, have a good one. And say hi to Eat.